neck hurts. I think I slept on it wrong. Anyway, sorry guys. Pretty late today. I know. We had to I had to help my family out with something. All right, so my neck hurts. Somebody's out there cutting grass. Oh yeah, I'll be back. I'll put some more later. Dude, I really think I slept on my neck wrong. I really did. I really did. All right. Yeah. Sprain my neck. So the best way to get rid of a sprain is just keep moving it. Gotta keep moving it. I think let's just eat first real quick, and we'll figure out what we need to tackle for today. I do have a little bit of an idea. I think we do. What do we do? I think let's make sure we read the passage. Yeah. Let's make sure we read the article first for the bioenergetics and Let's and then I guess we can do that first, sure. We can do that first, and then we'll hit Anki, and then we'll go ahead and do the figure out the sections for the passages that we need to do. Yeah. Finish that up, and then just spend the rest of the day doing lessons. Yeah, that's about it. And we do the next passage. Will be on next week Tuesday. I think that's around when we'll catch up. No. So now let's get you guys to see the screen. Let's go ahead and do not this one yet. Oh, we might as well watch the videos too today, huh? So Unit 6. Actually, I like this. Let's keep this view here. And I think it's on Unit 6. Somewhere over the rainbow, way up high. Yeah, maybe we can start right here again, and just kind of go down with it, follow along, and then the rest of what I just said. Oh, right down. Hit donkey last. I'll start it when I'm done. We'll make it. We'll catch up. I know we can. Yeah, this one, and then I put you way over here. This one, and then I put you. We'll do 2, 3, 4. Mm-hmm. And we'll do over here. Oh, sorry. Over here. Over here. Stop. Videos, and then the passes. Put you here. So, excuse me. From my understanding, we're doing CP1, Cars 1, BB1. Why are these grouped? What the heck are you doing? Okay. Why are you here? Supposed to be here. CP1, BB1. Oh, CP1, Cars 1. How are you? CP1, Cars 1, BB1. Yeah. And then what? These 4, and that'll be the day. Alrighty then. Put you away. Spoon. Alright, maybe this is one. And then I think I'll watch the videos. And then it's probably better to do Anki before we actually do the test. Anki and then CP1 course 1 B81 and then watch the review videos. And then go ahead and do cell membrane overview. What cell interactions? Transport. Neutrons. Cell membrane and cell theory. And then we'll add ta-da! And that's the day. if we have that much time. Mm. The heck? Freaking internet is too slow, dude. Why? Hello. Why is it doing this? Oh, Jesus. I'm like it's pretty bad. Like seriously, like pretty bad. Huh?
free energy. And that, of course, breathing out is a spontaneous process. Chemical relevant for pathway or reaction times, the change in entropy or change is spontaneous there. Proceed unless there is an
I don't think any of
a
these
positive number will is more distilling term wins, and the reverse reaction is spontaneous. And with this mighty conclusion that you have come up with on this relaxing day at the beach, you go home and reminisce about how chemistry and life are far more similar than you once thought. The same amount of distance between ideas is essentially the same lower. Or if the light bulb is not working, we're saying that the delta G value is.
Yeah. Okay, so. All right, I'll be back. Let me just put the plate downstairs. All right. I think this should be the same color as this. Oh man, really had to be kind of grass today. That day. Whatever. We'll try. Can we wash this one? Maybe we can read this one.
Energy load in particular, its usefulness in determining. We're going to explore Gibbs free energy load in particular, its usefulness in determining if a reaction is going to be spontaneous or not, which is super useful in chemistry and biology. And it was defined by Josiah Willard Gibbs. And what we see here, we see this famous formula which is going to help us predict spontaneity. And it says that the change in Gibbs free energy is equal to the change in this H here is enthalpy. So this is a change in enthalpy, which you could view as heat content, especially because this formula applies if we're dealing with constant pressure and temperature. So that's a change in enthalpy minus temperature times change in entropy. Change in entropy. So S is entropy. It seems like this bizarre formula that's hard to really understand, but as we'll see, it makes a lot of intuitive sense. And Gibbs, Josiah Willard Gibbs, he defined this. Think about, well, how much enthalpy is going to be useful for actually doing work? How much is free to do useful things? But in this video, we're going to think about it in the context of how we can use change in Gibbs free energy to predict whether a reaction is going to spontaneously happen, whether it's going to be spontaneous. And to get straight to the punchline, if delta G is less than 0, our reaction is going to be spontaneous. It's going to be spontaneous. It's going to happen, assuming the things are able to interact in the right way. It's going to be spontaneous. Now, let's think a little bit about why that makes sense. If this expression over here is negative, our reaction is going to be spontaneous. So let's think about all of the different scenarios. So this scenario over here, if our change in enthalpy is less than 0 and our entropy increases, our enthalpy decreases. So this means we're going to release energy here. We're going to release enthalpy. And you can think about this as, so let's see, we're going to release energy. So release. I'll just write, this is a release of enthalpy over here. I end up with less enthalpy than I started with, but entropy increases, disorder increases, the number of states that my system can take on increases. Well, this makes a lot of sense. This makes a lot of sense that this is going to happen spontaneously regardless of what the temperature is. I have these two molecules, they're about to bump into each other. And when they get close to each other, their electrons maybe say, hey, wait, there's a better configuration here where we can go to lower energy states, where we can release energy. And in doing so, these different constituents can part ways. And so you actually have more constituents, they part ways, you have energy release, entropy increases. It makes a lot of sense that this is a natural thing that would actually occur. So this over here, this is spontaneous. Delta G is, not just delta G is less than 0. So this one over here, I'm gonna make all the spontaneous ones. I'm gonna square them off in this green color. Now, what about this one down here? This one down here, delta H is greater than 0. So your enthalpy for this reaction needs to increase and your entropy is going to decrease. So that's, you can imagine these two atoms or maybe these molecules, they get close to each other, but their electrons say, hey, no, in order for us to bond, we would have to get to a higher energy state. We would require some energy and the disorder is going to go down. This isn't going to happen. And so of course, then this is a combination. If delta H is greater than 0, and if this is less than 0, then this entire term is going to be positive. And so delta G is going to be greater than 0. So here, delta G is going to be greater than 0. And hopefully it makes some intuitive sense that this is not going to be spontaneous. So this one does not happen. Now over here, we have some permutations of delta H's and delta S's, and whether they're spontaneous depends on the temperature. So over here, if we're dealing, our delta H is less than 0, so we're going to have a release of energy here, but our entropy decreases. What's going to happen? Well, if the temperature is low, these things will be able to gently get close to each other, and their electrons are going to be able to interact. Maybe they get to a lower energy state, and they can release energy. And they're releasing energy, and the electrons will spontaneously do this, but the entropy has gone down. But this can actually happen because the temperature here is low. And some of you might say, wait, doesn't that violate the second law of thermodynamics? And you have to remember, the entropy, if you're just thinking about this part of the system, yes, that goes down, but you have heat being released, and that heat is going to add entropy to the rest of the system. So still, the second law of thermodynamics holds the entropy of the universe is going to increase because of this released heat. But if you just look at the constituents here, the entropy went down. So this right over here is going to be spontaneous as well. And we also want to go back to the formula. If this is negative and this is negative, well, this is going to be a positive term, but if T is low enough, this term isn't going to matter. T is, you can view it as a weighting factor on entropy. So if T is low, the entropy doesn't matter as much. Then enthalpy really takes over. So in this situation, delta G, we're assuming T is low enough to make delta G negative, and this is going to be spontaneous. Now, if you took that same scenario, but you had a high temperature, well, now you have these same two molecules. Let's say these are the molecules. Maybe this one's the purple one. right over here. You have the same two molecules here. Hey, they could get to a more kind of they could release energy, but over here you're saying, well, look, they could, and the change in enthalpy is negative, but they're buzzing past each other so fast that they're not going to have a chance. Their electrons are going to have a chance to actually interact in the right way for the reaction to actually go on. And so this is a situation where it won't be spontaneous because they're just going to buzz past each other. They're not going to have a chance to interact properly. And so you can imagine if T is high, this term is going to matter a lot. And so the fact that entropy is negative is going to make this whole thing positive, and this is going to be more positive than this is going to be negative. And so this is a situation where our delta G is greater than 0. So once again, not spontaneous. And everything I'm doing is just get an intuition for why this formula for Gibbs free energy makes sense. And remember, this is true under constant pressure and temperature, but those are reasonable assumptions if we're dealing with things in a test tube or if we're dealing with a lot of biological systems. Now let's go over here. So our change in enthalpy is positive, and our entropy would increase if these react, but our temperature is low. So if these reacted, maybe they would bust apart and do something. They would do something like this, but they're not going to do that, because when these things bump into each other, they're like, hey, all of our electrons are nice. They're nice little stable configurations here. I don't see any reason to react. Even though if we did react, we were able to increase the entropy. Hey, no reason to react here. And if you look at these different variables, if this is positive, even if this is positive, as T is low, this isn't going to be able to overwhelm that. And so you have a delta G that is greater than 0, not spontaneous. But if you took the same scenario and you said, okay, let's up the temperature here, let's up the average kinetic energy, then these things are going to be able to slam into each other. And even though the electrons would essentially require some energy to get to really form these bonds, this can happen because you have all of this disorder being created. You have these more states, and it's less likely to go the other way because, well, what are the odds of these things just getting together in the exact right configuration to get back into this lower number of molecules? And once again, you look at these variables here, even if delta H is greater than 0, even if this is positive, if delta S is greater than 0 and T is high, this thing is going to become, especially with the negative sign here, this is going to overwhelm the enthalpy and the change in enthalpy and make the whole expression negative. So over here, delta G is going to be less than 0, and this is going to be spontaneous. So hopefully this gives you some intuition for the formula for Gibbs free energy. And once again, you have to caveat it. It assumes constant pressure and temperature, but it is useful for thinking about whether a reaction is spontaneous. And as you look at biological or chemical systems, you'll see the delta G's for the reactions. And so you'll say, oh, it's a negative delta G. That's going to be a spontaneous reaction. It's a 0 delta G. That's going to be an equilibrium. Or you can say, okay, it's a positive delta G. That's not going to be spontaneous. When they split up, then we have some words here that relate to different reactions and whether they absorb or release different types of energy. So the first word here, exothermic. Exothermic, the root of the word is therm, which relates to heat. And this word indeed means a reaction that releases heat. Releases heat. And one way to think about it, if you're thinking about constant pressures, your change in enthalpy, it can be viewed as your how much heat you absorb or release. So a negative change in enthalpy means that you're releasing heat. One way to think of, if you view enthalpy as heat content, you have less heat content after the reaction than before it, which meant you released heat, which means your change in enthalpy is going to be less than 0. So these all mean the same thing. Well, this is true. You're releasing heat. This is the same thing as releasing heat if you talk about constant pressure. Constant pressure, which is a reasonable assumption if you're doing something in a beaker that's open to the air, or if you're thinking about a lot of different biological systems. Now, based on that logic, what do you think this word means? Endothermic. Well, endothermic, therm, same root, and now your prefix is endo. So this is a process that absorbs heat. Absorbs heat. Or if you're looking at constant pressure, you can say your enthalpy after the reaction is going to be higher than the enthalpy before the reaction. So your delta H is going to be greater than 0. All right, fair enough. Now let's look at these two characters over here, exergonic and endergonic. So your constant pressures, your change in release heat, and this word indeed means a reaction that releases heat. Releases heat. And one way to think about it, if you're thinking about constant pressures, your change in enthalpy, it can be viewed as your how much heat you absorb or release. So a negative change in enthalpy means that you're releasing heat. One way to think of, if you view enthalpy as heat content, you have less heat content after the reaction than before it. Which meant you released heat, which means your change in enthalpy is going to be less than the 0s. So these all mean the same thing. Well, this is true. You're releasing heat. This is the same thing as releasing heat if you talk about constant pressure. All right, fair enough. And also, this is a process that absorbs heat. Absorbs heat. Or if you're thinking at constant pressure, you can say your enthalpy after the reaction is going to be higher than the enthalpy before the reaction. So your delta H is going to be greater than 0. All right, fair enough. And let's look at these two characters over here, exergonic and endergonic. So exergonic, the root here is ergon, and that you might not be as familiar with that as you are with therm, but you might have heard the word ergonomic. Say, hey, that's a nice ergonomic desk. That means it's a desk that's good to do work at. It's a nice ergonomic chair. And ergon does indeed come from the Greek for work. And so exergonic is a reaction that releases work energy, or at least that's what the word implies. Releases, let me do that in the same color. This is something that is going to release work energy. And endergonic, same logic. Well, that's going to be something based on just the way the word is set up that absorbs work energy or uses work energy. Now, one of our variables or properties that we can use to think about energy that can be used for work is Gibbs free energy. And the formula for Gibbs free energy, if we're thinking about constant pressure and temperature, so let me write that down. So we're talking about constant pressure and temperature. Then the formula for Gibbs free energy, or you can do this as a definition of Gibbs free energy. The change in Gibbs free energy change in Gibbs free energy is equal to our change in enthalpy, minus this in a different color, minus our temperature times our change in entropy. And if this looks completely foreign to you, I encourage you to watch the video on Gibbs free energy. But the reason why this is related to energy for work is, okay, look, I have my, whether I'm absorbing or I'm releasing heat, and I'm subtracting out entropy, which is kind of the energy that is going to the disordered universe, and what's left over is the energy that I can do for work. That's one way to think about it. And so you can see that this relates work energy to change in enthalpy right over here. And so exergonic, something that releases work energy, you can say that it has less work energy after the reaction than before it, your delta G is going to be less than 0. So let me write that down. So here, our delta G is going to be less than 0. And these reactions that release work energy, we've seen it in the video on Gibbs free energy, we consider these to be spontaneous. Spontaneous. These are going to move forward. And so these over here, the ones that absorb work energy, well, they're going to have more work energy in the system than before is one way to think about it. And so your delta G is going to be greater than 0. And we say these are not spontaneous. So these are not spontaneous. So now that we have the definitions out of the way and we have a way to relate these variables, let's look at these different scenarios of things that are exothermic and exergonic, or exothermic and endergonic, and see why they make an intuitive sense. So in this first reaction, it's exothermic. Our delta H is less than 0. That means it has less enthalpy after the reaction than before, which means it released heat. And so you can see here, this heat is being released. And where does that energy come from? Well, when it bonds in these new configurations on a net basis, the electrons are able to go to lower energy states and release that energy. And heat, if you're thinking about it on a microscopic scale, it's something that's raising a temperature, at least locally, which means just about transferring kinetic energy to these microscopic molecules. Remember, you're talking about heat or temperature, you're thinking about these macro variables, but on a microscopic variable, you're talking about kinetic energies and potential energies and things like that. So what's happening is these electrons are, when they get into a new configuration, they're going to release energy, and that can be transferred to the individual molecules. And so you see here, we've released energy, and we also have an increase in entropy. We have more entropy after the reaction than before the reaction. We have more objects right over here. There's more states in which they could actually be in, and they're actually moving faster. And so this one, we see if you apply the formula over here, this is going to be less than 0. This over here, delta S is going to be greater than 0. The temperature, that's going to be absolute temperature in terms of Kelvin, so it's always going to be positive. And so this whole term is going to be positive. So you're going to have a negative minus a positive is going to be negative. So our delta G is going to be less than 0. And we see that this is spontaneous. This is going to move forward. It makes sense. It releases energy. The electrons like it. It creates a more disordered state. And another way to think about it is think about trying to do the reaction the other way. You're going to have to get some energy for those electrons to get into a higher energy state when they form these new bonds. You're going to have to get these 4 constituents together in the exact right way. That seems a lot less likely to happen than going in from the left to the right. Now let's think about something that absorbs heat. And this was a little bit counterintuitive. It absorbs heat, but it's still going to be spontaneous. It's still going to be exergonic. It's still going to happen. So delta H is greater than 0. So it absorbs heat to happen. So I have these two molecules with these different constituents. They're about to collide. And we're saying that the temperature is high. If the temperature is low, this might not be spontaneous. But if the temperature is high enough, it will be. So the temperature high on a microscopic basis, you're saying, okay, these things just have a really high kinetic energy. They're going to ram into each other really fast. And they're going to ram into each other so fast that they can form all these other constituents. So you have the net entropy. Net entropy has increased. And even though over here our electrons are in a higher energy state to form these configurations, so it had to absorb heat. So it had to absorb heat energy. So we could say heat, but heat on a microscopic level, we're just talking about the kinetic energy of these molecules. So it had to absorb it. But where did that energy come from? Well, it came from the kinetic energy of the molecules. They might have a certain kinetic energy before, but then some of that gets lost. So when they all get banged up into their different configurations. And if you're saying, well, I still don't get this, think about trying to do this reaction the other way. Trying to get these 4 constituents in the right time all together, even though if they're happening, if they're put together the right way, their electrons could configure in a way to release energy. But this is super high temperature. This is a really, really chaotic system. It's not going to go from right to left. It's going to go from left to right. When really chaotic things are banging each other really fast, you're more likely to go in a direction of higher entropy. So now let's look at this. So this is spontaneous, even though it absorbs heat. It absorbs heat. If you're not draining the heat away locally, your temperature, or at least around these molecules, it will go down. But of course, we're assuming constant temperature for this. So you can assume that on a macro level, that temperature dissipates and gets absorbed outside of the system somehow. Now let's look at this configuration. It's exothermic, so delta H is less than 0, less enthalpy after the reaction before, so it's releasing heat. But it's not spontaneous. And it's not spontaneous because it's reducing the entropy in the world. And the entropy matters because our temperature is high. One way to look at this equation is entropy doesn't matter when temperature is low. Temperature is really scaling your entropy. But when temperature is high, entropy starts to take over. This variable starts to matter a lot. And so over here, because entropy is negative, this thing's not going to actually happen. So if these things were coming together very slowly, their electrons could configure in just the right way so that they can get to a lower energy state and release energy, but they're buzzing past each other so fast that they're not going to have a chance to do that. And if you think about it the other way, this reaction is much more likely to happen. If you have a bunch of these diatomic molecules running around, they're going to bump into each other so fast that they're going to knock the constituents off of these diatomic molecules, or at least the way that it kind of looks like a diatomic molecule. And they might absorb some of that kinetic energy in doing it in order to go from right to left, but that's more likely to happen. So from left to right, not spontaneous, because entropy really matters at this high temperature. And then finally, and this one's pretty intuitive, something that needs heat energy and has a reduction in entropy, that's definitely not going to be spontaneous. So this is greater than 0, this is less than 0, which then you're subtracting it, so this whole thing is greater than 0. This delta G is going to be greater than 0. Delta, and then the green color. This delta G is going to be greater than 0. And it makes sense that you have these two molecules, they have to get together in just the right way. They need heat in order to proceed with this reaction to kind of excite the electrons to higher energy state to get into this, I guess you would say, less stable bond. Why would they do that? The reaction is much more likely to go in this way. Or if you had a bunch of these molecules, they're all knocking into each other, you get to a more stable configuration and there's more entropy when they split up than when they actually stay together. So delta G greater than 0, this is endergonic and endothermic. And of course, this one was delta G greater than 0. Even though this would release energy, the things that's so chaotic, they're not going to have a chance to do that, and you're much more likely to go in the direction of maximizing entropy. And so this one also is not spontaneous.
Mm. 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 I don't know if we need to get into it right now. But there are videos.
We've talked a lot. Very valuable. In this video,
I mean, I guess we can.
ATP, or adenosine triphosphate,
Sure.
is often referred to as the currency of energy, or the energy store, adenosine, the energy store in biological systems. And what I want to do in this video is get a better appreciation of why that is. So adenosine triphosphate. So at first, this seems like a fairly complicated term, adenosine triphosphate. And even when we look at its molecular structure, it seems quite involved. But if we break it down to its constituent parts, it becomes a little bit more understandable, and we'll begin to appreciate how it is a store of energy in biological systems. So the first part is to break down this molecule between the part that is adenosine and the part that is the triphosphates, or the 3 phosphoryl groups. So the adenosine is this part of the molecule. Let me do it in that same color. So this part right over here is adenosine, and it's an adenine with connected to a ribose right over there. So that's the adenosine part. And then you have 3 phosphoryl groups, and when they break off, they can turn into a phosphate. And so the triphosphate part, you have, so triphosphate, you have 1 phosphoryl group, 2 phosphoryl groups, 2 phosphoryl groups, and 3 phosphoryl groups. So one way that you can conceptualize this molecule, which will make it a little bit easier to understand how it's a store of energy in biological systems, is to represent this whole adenosine group. Let's just represent that as an A. Actually, let's make it that an AD. And then let's just show it bonded to the 3 phosphoryl groups. So, and I'll make those with a P and a circle around it. So you can do it like that. Or sometimes you'll see it actually depicted, instead of just drawing these straight horizontal lines, you'll see it depicted with essentially higher energy bonds. So you'll see something like that to show that these bonds have a lot of energy. But I'll just do it this way for the sake of this video. But these are high energy bonds. Now, what does that mean? What does that mean that these are high energy bonds? It means that the electrons in this bond are in a high energy state. And if somehow this bond could be broken, these electrons are going to go into a more comfortable state, into a lower energy state. And as they go from a higher energy state into a lower, more comfortable energy state, they are going to release energy. One way to think about it is if I'm about to jump, if I'm in a plane and I'm about to jump out, I'm in a high energy state. I have a high potential energy. I just have to do a little thing and I'm going to fall down. And as I fall down, I can release energy. There'll be friction with the air, or eventually when I guess hit the ground, that will release energy. I could compress a spring, or I could move a turbine, or who knows what I could do. But then when I'm sitting on my couch, then I'm in a low energy state. I'm comfortable. It's not obvious, how I could go to a lower energy state. I guess I could fall asleep or something like that. And these metaphors break down at some point. But that's one way to think about what's going on here. The electrons in this bond, if you can give them just the right circumstances, they can come out of that bond and go into a lower energy state and release energy. So one way to think about it, you start with ATP, adenosine triphosphate, and one possibility, you put it in the presence of water, and then hydrolysis will take place. And what you're going to end up with is one of these things are going to be essentially, one of these phosphoryl groups are going to be popped off and turn into a phosphate molecule. And so you're going to have then adenosine, since you don't have 3 phosphoryl groups anymore, you're only going to have 2 phosphoryl groups. You're going to have adenosine diphosphate, often known as ADP. So let me write this down. This is ATP. This is ATP right over here. And this right over here is ADP, di for two phosphoryl groups, adenosine diphosphate. And then this one got plucked off. This one gets plucked off, or it pops off, and it's now bonded to the oxygen and one of the hydrogens from the water molecule. And then you could have another hydrogen proton. But the really important part of this I have not drawn yet. The really important part of it, as the electrons in this bond right over here go into a lower energy state, they are going to release energy. So plus energy. So here, this side of the reaction, energy released. And this side of the reaction, you see energy stored. And so as you study biochemistry, you will see time and time again, energy being used in order to go from ADP and a phosphate
ADP and a phosphate
to ADP. So that stores the energy. You'll see that in things like photosynthesis, where we use light energy to eventually get to a point where this P is put back on, using energy, putting this P back on to the ADP to get ATP. And then you'll see when biological systems need to use energy, that they'll use the ATP, and they'll essentially hydrolysis will take place, and they'll release that energy. Sometimes that energy could be used just to generate heat, and sometimes it can be used to actually forward some other reaction, or change the conformation of a protein somehow. Whatever might be the case.
You got it. Did I read this one or no? I read this one earlier. Oh no, that's the one that I was going to read at the end. That's here. What's this one? Oh great. So then we can just close this out. Because after we do these ones, we'll be good. All right, let's take a 10-minute. My neck, dude. My neck. We're doing okay. We got this one, all these videos, and then Anki, which I should probably pop out. Let's pop out the Anki updated. Sure. I don't know, I guess. Wait, what? Down? Is it down? I already had it. No? No? New form of Anki? Oh, because is it on? I'm confused. It's an update. Why isn't it? What's going on? Whatever, let's start the clock. Close. I don't know. Why is the user one? Can I edit? Yeah. File. Maybe there's another way to switch. MCAT Anki. MCAT There we go. MCAT on key. MCAT on key. Cool. All right, where are we? We're at. Oh, we're here. All right, guys. I'm gonna get some more. I'm gonna get some air. We need some air. Get some air. We're doing it. We're doing it. We got the card all set up for today. Let's get it done. I don't want to get something. You know? I want to get something. Yes, sir. Okay. Yes, sir. We're back. We're back. You know what? I think on the next one, before we get started, if it takes an hour, let's work out a little bit. Where's my... My name is Walter. What? My husband's name is Walter White. Yo. Walter White. Yo.
Being the energy currency of... We've talked a lot about ATP being the energy currency of cell. We've talked a lot about ATP being the energy currency of cells, but I want to dig a little bit deeper into that in this video. And as we'll see, when we go from ATP to ADP plus a phosphate group, we release of free energy. If we look at just the system, ATP's free energy is over here, but once hydrolysis has taken place and now it's ADP plus a phosphate group, the free energy has dropped by roughly 30.5 kilojoules per mole, or a delta G is negative 30.5 kilojoules per mole. And if you watch the videos on Gibbs free energy, this tells us that this is a spontaneous reaction. Delta G is less than 0, which tells us that this is going to be spontaneous. Now, when I first learned this, I was like, well, it's going to be spontaneous. Why wouldn't all of the ATP just spontaneously and all of the water turn into ADP and just release its energy as heat or whatever else? And the key is it has to get over this hump. You have this activation energy. It has to go uphill a little bit if there's no enzyme to catalyze it. And the reason why we have this uphill hump is that the way that ATP gets broken up is that you have to, if we're talking about a water molecule doing the hydrolysis, which is kind of typically what people think about hydrolysis, although it can sometimes be done by a different molecule. If you think about the water molecule, what needs to happen is you need this lone pair of electrons on this oxygen to be able to do what we call a nucleophilic attack on this phosphorus in this phosphate group. And while that happens, if that happens, it forms this bond, and then these electrons can be taken back by this oxygen, which gives its negative charge right over there. Now you might say, okay, this might make a lot of sense, but you have to remember this electrons are negative and they're surrounded by these negative charges. So they have to overcome getting close to these things. So as they're approaching these negative charges, they want to repel each other. So you have to overcome that. And the way that's overcome is a class of enzymes called ATPases. ATPases, I guess is the better way to say it. Yeah, ATPase. And what they do is, remember, these enzymes are these big protein complexes, and the ATP molecule can bind in the right place. And they essentially try to surround the ATP molecule with some positive ions. So let's say there's a positive ion here. So it can keep these electrons busy while the water or whatever is doing the nucleophilic attack can react, cannot have to worry about these electrons over here. So it might have a positive ion here. And remember, if we think in 3 dimensions, this thing is all wrapped around in different ways around the ATP molecule. So this is the ATPase. And so by having the enzyme over here, you're lowering the activation energy. And so it might actually look something more like this. And so the reaction can actually occur. So the reason why you just don't see this happening all the time without an enzyme is, well, you have to overcome this hump. But once you have the enzymes, they can actually allow the reaction to occur. So this attacks this, forms this bond. And then you say, well, you have another You have another hydrogen right over here. You have another hydrogen right over here. But this could get nabbed up by another water molecule becoming a hydronium ion, which is actually what's going to happen. And then this character takes away this pair of electrons, becomes a negative charge, and we're left with that phosphate group has been broken off, and then we have our ADP, and we have a release of energy. Now, typically, you don't want this to just release energy for no good reason. Most ATPases are going to leverage that energy, that release, this reaction, to phosphorylate a molecule. And in this case, you could kind of think that this hydroxide has been phosphorylated, but it might phosphorylate something else. Or it might change the conformation of this ATPase, so this ATPase, so it can do some other type of work, transfer molecules against their concentration gradient or their chemoelectric gradient, whatever it might be. You don't want to just release the energy. Sometimes that might happen if you just want to generate some heat, but usually you're going to do some useful work for the actual cell. So hopefully this gives you a little bit more appreciation for ATP and the reaction by which the hydrolysis can occur. This is called hydrolysis because, at least in this example, we're using a water molecule to break it up, to take off a phosphate group.
Sure.
It's super valuable in biological systems to be able to take a glucose molecule and to phosphorylate it. So start with a glucose molecule and phosphorylate it. And the reason why is once you have this phosphate group, let me make sure I put that charge right over there. Once you have this phosphate group, or once you have this negative charge on this glucose 6-phosphate, it becomes much harder for it to leave the cell. The cell wants to hog as many glucose molecules as it can. When the glucose isn't charged, it's able to pass through the cellular membrane, but then once it becomes phosphorylated, it's going to stay in the cell. And glucose 6-phosphate right over here, this is a very important input to a whole series of processes inside of cells. Now, unfortunately, this reaction of taking glucose and phosphorylating it requires energy. It's endergonic. It's not going to happen spontaneously. It has a positive delta G. It is endergonic. And so you can imagine what we're going to need to make it happen. We're going to have to use the energy currency of the cell, our good friend ATP. And the way that we're going to make this reaction happen is we're going to couple what's essentially, you could view it as a hydrolysis of ATP, although we won't have exactly a water molecule in the mechanism. But what's functionally the hydrolysis of ATP into ADP in a phosphate group, which is very energetically favorable. It is exergonic. It would happen spontaneously under the right conditions. It won't just always happen inside of an aqueous solution. It needs a little bit of activation energy or an enzyme to lower the activation energy. But the net reaction, it is exergonic. So what we can do is we can couple these two reactions. And so when we couple the two reactions, we have ATP plus glucose reacting, and there we use an enzyme, the general term for it is hexokinase, to facilitate this reaction, to lower the activation energy. It's going to yield glucose 6-phosphate, glucose 6-phosphate, and ADP, and ADP. Now, what's the delta G for this reaction going to be? Well, it's a coupled reaction. You can view it as a combination of these two reactions. And so roughly speaking, you can say, well, let's just add the delta Gs. So if you add the delta Gs here, you're going to get, if you add this negative delta G, this exergonic, and this positive delta G, you're going to get negative 30.5 plus 13.8. That's going to be negative 16.7 kilojoules per mole. And so this coupled reaction is going to be exergonic. Not quite as exergonic as a hydrolysis, because now you're going to be using some of that energy, but this can happen spontaneously, especially if you can lower the activation energy enough for it to happen. And so let's now look at the mechanism of how it happens. Now, without an enzyme, the way that this reaction needs to occur is that you have an electron pair right over here on this hydroxyl group, that it needs to do what's called a nucleophilic attack on this phosphorus right over here. But without an enzyme, it's going to be very hard for it to do. It's going to have a high activation energy because it's going to be impaired by all this negative charge from these oxygens right over here. You can imagine electrons don't like going through a lot of negative charge. They're repulsed by negative charge. So we're going to need an enzyme to help facilitate this reaction, help lower the energy to actually start, and essentially get these electrons out of the way. And the enzyme, or the general term for the enzymes that do this, is called hexokinase. And hexokinase, let me write this down. Hexokinase. And the way it does is it provides ions to, one way to think about it is to keep these electrons over here busy. In particular, it has a magnesium ion, ion right over here. And this is bound to the rest of the hexokinase. Remember, this is all happening in 3 dimensions, so the hexokinase is kind of wrapping around it. So these can keep these electrons busy. There's other ions on the hexokinase that can keep these electrons busy. Other positive ions keep these electrons busy. And so these electrons can sneak in and do the nucleophilic attack. Remember, when we talk about enzymes, these are these protein, let me do the same color that I wrote the hexokinase in. These are these complex protein structures right over here, just like this. And so you might have the magnesium ion. Let me do that in that purple color. Just right over there, and then maybe the glucose molecule gets bound right over here, and then maybe you have your ATP gets bound right over here. And I'm just kind of giving you an example. This isn't exactly what's happening, but by essentially wrapping it with this positive charge, it's able to pull the electrons away to help facilitate this nucleophilic attack that needs to happen for the reaction to proceed. And so this bond right over here between this oxygen and this phosphorus, that is going to be this bond right over here. And as this happens, then this character, then these 2 electrons can be taken by this character. And so that this oxygen is this oxygen right over here, and now has a negative charge. And so what we've just resulted with is glucose 6-phosphate and ADP. And it's energetically favorable. It's exergonic. It's going to happen, assuming that you have the enzyme there to help distract these electrons, lowering the activation energy. And I know what you're thinking. We had this hydrogen right over here, so this hydrogen should be right over here still. And then another water molecule could come and nab the proton, the hydrogen proton, and so you're left once again with just the glucose 6-phosphate. So this gets you a sense of how reaction coupling occurs, and also a sense of how ATP is actually useful. When I first learned about ATP, I'm like, okay, fine. It's it really wants to let go of this phosphate group. It's energetically favorable. But how is that actually used to drive things, to actually do things in the system that might not be energetically favorable? And hopefully this gives you a sense of how it's done, and also the importance of an enzyme in facilitating it.
Yes, sir.
We're going to talk about
Too loud, but also let's lower this one.
Lower you, and I'll be right back.
about was arguably my favorite enzyme, and that is ATP synthase. And you might be able to predict from its name what it does. It synthesizes ATP. Now, you've probably seen it before. We saw it when we looked at respiration, or you will see it when you look at respiration, which is going on in most of the cells of your body. And you also see it when you study photosynthesis. The general thing that it does is it sits across a phospholipid membrane, and through other processes, you'll have hydrogen ion concentration increase on one side of the membrane, have a higher hydrogen ion concentration on one side than on the other side. You still might have a few over here. And a hydrogen ion is essentially a proton. And so on this side of the membrane, it'll be more positive, so there will be an electromotive force to go to the other side. And also you just have a higher concentration, so there's a chemical gradient, a concentration gradient, where if there's some way for these protons to get to this side, they would want to get there. So there's an electrochemical gradient that they would want to go down. And ATP synthase provides a channel for those protons. But as those protons travel through the ATP synthase, they turn this part of it, which drives this axle, and then this axle nudges these parts of the protein so that they jam together an ADP with a phosphate group to produce ATP. So down here, you going into this part of the complex, you'll have an ADP and a phosphate group. And then that rotation force that's provided by the electrochemical gradient, that then produces our ATP. And that's going to be the case both in respiration, which occurs in the mitochondria, and in photosynthesis, which occur in chloroplasts. Now, there's a few differences. In mitochondria, the hydrogen ions, these protons, the concentration builds up in the intermembrane space right over here because of the electron transport chain. We studied that in other videos. And then the protons travel through the ATP synthase. You can see a little mini version right over here. You can imagine that what we see really big, that is a blown up version of this part of the mitochondria. And this, of course, is not to scale. So in the case of a mitochondria, this would be the inner membrane. Right over here would be the intermembrane space between the inner and the outer membrane. Intermembrane space. And right over here would be the matrix of the mitochondria. And so as the protons go through, they're able to produce ATP in the matrix. Now in chloroplasts, the hydrogen protons build up inside the thylakoids, which are these parts of the chloroplast. That space inside the thylakoid is often called the thylakoid space, sometimes called the lumen. That proton buildup inside the thylakoid happens because of the light reactions, the first phase of photosynthesis. But then those protons will travel through the thylakoid membrane through to this area, which is known as the stroma in chloroplasts, and they produce the ATP in the stroma. But then the ATP is used in the second phase of photosynthesis to synthesize carbohydrates, which is, you could use one of the end products of photosynthesis. So the big takeaway of this video is one, ATP synthase is incredibly cool. If you look up on the internet, you can find some simulations that show ATP synthase and how it acts like a motor to jam the phosphate group to the ADP to produce ATP. And ATP synthase in mitochondria and chloroplasts are remarkably similar, although they sit in different parts of these organelles. And the ATP in mitochondria you can view as the end product of respiration, while the ATP produced in chloroplasts is an intermediary store of energy, which is then to synthesize carbohydrates. Respiration, while the ATP in mitochondria you can view as the end product of respiration, while the ATP produced in chloroplasts is an intermediary store of energy, which is then used to synthesize carbohydrates.
Jesus. ABC, ABC.
In biology, there are often vocabulary terms that sound pretty similar. Chromosome, chromatid, chromatin, transcription, translation, mitosis, meiosis. You probably have encountered this. When I was first learning about mitosis and meiosis, I learned them both separately first, and then I tried to figure out what was the same about them, what was different, why did they both matter. I would try to compare the stages by flipping through images. You know what would have really helped me? A side-by-side comparison. And that's what this video is. We assume you already have a background of mitosis and meiosis. If not, take a look at our videos on them. But this video is a side-by-side comparison, presented in a split screen. Mitosis on the left, meiosis on the right. Both of these processes, along with the cytokinesis that follows them to split the cytoplasm, are involved in making new cells. Mitosis results in body cells. Meiosis results in sperm and egg cells, otherwise known as the fancy term gametes. Before we start mitosis and meiosis, let's look at what you start with. Your starting cell in both mitosis and meiosis is diploid. Written here is 2N. That means it has two sets of chromosomes. In humans, that's including one set of 23 chromosomes from mom and one set of 23 chromosomes from dad. 46 chromosomes total. During interphase, the cell duplicates the chromosomes. When you duplicate 46 chromosomes, you still say there are 46 chromosomes, as the newly duplicated portion is still attached at the centromere and one set of 23 chromosomes from dad. 46 chromosomes total. During interphase, the cell duplicates the chromosomes. When you duplicate 46 chromosomes, you still say there are 46 chromosomes, as the newly duplicated portion is still attached at the centromere region, but there are actually 92 chromatids. Interphase isn't part of mitosis or meiosis, but it's a really important phase because it duplicates chromosomes before we get started. Just to point out, it's really hard to draw 46 chromosomes. We're going to use 6 chromosomes in our diagrams when we illustrate what's happening, because it's much easier to draw and visualize. Oh, and just a fun fact, some insects have 6 chromosomes, like mosquitoes. Unfortunately, I'm not a fan of mosquitoes, but mosquitoes do both mitosis and meiosis. When learning stages, we get the acronym PMAT, which is helpful for understanding stages. Both mitosis and meiosis go through these stages, but meiosis goes through them twice, and therefore has a number next to each PMAT stage. We're going to show some basic events for each PMAT stage, but please know that there is way more detail to explore than what we can include in this quick video. Prophase and mitosis. Remember that pro can mean before, and this stage comes before the others. The chromosomes are visible, we say they're condensing, which means they are thickening. Prophase 1 in meiosis. Happening here too, but the chromosomes are actually going to match up with their homologous pairs. The word homologous means that the chromosomes are approximately the same size, and they contain the same types of genes in the same locations. With each pair, one came from mom and one came from dad. In this formation, chromosomes can transfer their genetic information and exchange it between each other. It's called crossing over. It can make for what we call recombinant chromosomes. Metaphase in mitosis. The nuclear envelope which had surrounded the nucleus was already disassembled before metaphase even started. For metaphase, I like to remember the M for middle, because in this stage, the chromosomes line up in the middle of the cell in a single file line. Metaphase 1 in meiosis. The chromosomes are in the middle as well, but they're still going to be in pairs in the middle of the cell, so it's not a single file line. Anaphase in mitosis. I like to think as the A for away, the chromatids are pulled away by the work of the spindles. They are moving to opposite sides of the cell. Anaphase 1 in meiosis. Same thing, but in this case, it's the chromosomes, not chromatids, being pulled away to opposite sides of the cell. Telophase in mitosis and telophase 1 in meiosis. The chromosomes are actually the complete opposite ends, and new nuclei are forming on each side to make 2 new cells. And they're starting to surround the chromosomes on both sides, as this will eventually form 2 cells. Cytokinesis follows to split the cytoplasm to complete the actual dividing of the cell. So at the end of mitosis and cytokinesis, we end with 2 identical diploid cells. In humans, they would both have 46 chromosomes. This is great for organism growth. Growing requires making more cells after all, or replacing damaged cells. On to meiosis 2. Prophase 2, chromosomes are condensing in both cells. It's not going to be as eventful as it was in prophase 1 because they're not going to have homologous pairs and crossing over. Metaphase 2, M for middle, but this time the chromosomes are in a single file line, similar to how metaphase looked in mitosis. Anaphase 2, think A for away. This time though, it's actually the chromatids that are getting pulled away. Telophase 2. Chromosomes are at the complete opposite ends, and new nuclei are forming on each side to make these new cells. Cytokinesis will follow meiosis 2 to completely split the cytoplasm. We are now finished with meiosis, and we end with 4 non-identical cells. Gametes. Males make sperm cells in meiosis, and females make egg cells in meiosis. These gametes are haploid, meaning they have half the number of chromosomes as the original starting cell. In the case of humans, the resulting cells would each have 23 chromosomes. By the way, when a sperm and egg cell combine, it results into a diploid cell, a fertilized egg, otherwise known as a zygote, which will then start a series of divisions using mitosis to give rise to a brand new organism. Well, that's it for the Amoeba Sisters.
In this lesson, we'll be exploring the M phase of the cell cycle, including mitosis and cytokinesis. Let's do a quick review of the cell cycle to see where they fit in. The G1, S, and G2 phases make up interphase, and the M phase represents cell division. Cell division includes division of the nucleus, called mitosis, and division of the cytoplasm, called cytokinesis. Mitosis is further broken down into 4 phases: prophase, metaphase, anaphase, and telophase. Prophase is the longest phase of mitosis. Prophase is when chromatin begins to condense into the shape of chromosomes, and the nucleolus disappears. The previously replicated DNA coils tightly into sister chromatids. Mitosis is further broken down into 4 phases: prophase, metaphase, anaphase, and telophase. Prophase is the longest phase of mitosis. anaphase, and
Mitosis, cytokinesis.
telophase. Prophase is the longest phase of mitosis. Prophase is when chromatin begins to condense into the shape of chromosomes, and the nucleolus disappears. The previous phase is when chromatin begins to condense into the shape of chromosomes, and the nucleolus disappears. The previously replicated DNA coils tightly into sister chromatids. For the first time, you see individual chromosomes. In the center of each chromosome, a centromere attaches the sister chromatids together. Meanwhile, in the cytoplasm, microtubules, known as spindle fibers, begin to fan out from two sets of paired structures called centrioles. The spindle fibers elongate as the centrioles begin moving to opposite sides or poles of the cell. While this is happening, the nuclear membrane surrounding the nucleus disappears. Now that chromosomes are no longer separated from the cytoplasm, the opposite ends of the spindle fibers can attach to the centromeres. Next, the cell enters metaphase. The centrioles complete their movement to the poles of the cell, while the spindle fibers line up the chromosomes along the equator of the cell. The end-to-end alignment of chromosomes results in a sister chromatid on either side of the equator. Anaphase follows metaphase. During anaphase, spindle fibers separate the sister chromatids at their centromere. Once separated from each other, each chromatid is called a chromosome. The single-stranded chromosomes form a V shape as the spindle fibers shorten and drag them through the gel-like cytoplasm. The chromosomes move to opposite poles of the cell toward their centrioles. It's common to confuse centrioles with centromeres, which connect chromatids. Remember, centrioles are at the poles. Telophase is the final stage of mitosis. In telophase, a nuclear membrane reforms around each set of chromosomes. Then, the chromosomes spread out into chromatin, and the nucleolus becomes visible once again. Mitosis, the division of the nucleus, is now complete. Divided, and the nucleolus, a nuclear membrane reforms around each set of chromosomes. Then, the chromosomes spread out into chromatin, and the nucleolus becomes visible once again. Mitosis, the division of the nucleus, is now complete. The final step of the M phase is cytokinesis, the division of the cytoplasm. In animal cells, cytokinesis occurs through the inward movement of the cell membrane. This progressively pinches the cytoplasm until two identical daughter cells form. In contrast, plant cells can't pinch in two because they have a rigid cell wall surrounding their cell membrane. Instead, cell wall material assembles along the equator, forming a structure called the cell plate. The cell plate grows until it joins with the existing cell membrane, separating the two halves of the cell into daughter cells. Over time, new cell walls form between the two daughter cells. Here are the key points to remember. The M phase is the fourth and final phase of the cell cycle. During the M phase, cell division occurs through two processes: mitosis, when the nucleus divides, and cytokinesis, when the cytoplasm divides. Mitosis has four phases. During prophase, chromatin condenses into chromosomes, spindle fibers form, and the nucleolus and nuclear membrane disappear. During metaphase, spindle fibers align the chromosomes along the cell equator. In anaphase, the spindle fibers separate sister chromatids into two separate groups of chromosomes, pulling them toward the poles. And in telophase, the nucleolus and nuclear membrane reform. The chromosomes disperse into chromatin. Cytokinesis is division of the cytoplasm. The M phase is complete after cytokinesis occurs. The M phase of the cell cycle always results in two daughter cells. Both of these daughter cells are identical to each other and identical to the original cell that underwent mitosis. Cycle to see what make up interphase. Cell division make up. Let's do a quick review of the cell cycle to see where they fit in. The G1, S, and G2 phases make up interphase. And the M phase represents cell division. Cell division includes division of the nucleus, called mitosis, and division of the cytoplasm, called cytokinesis. And division of the cytoplasm, called cytokinesis, called mitosis, and division of the cytoplasm, called... We'll be talking about how cells reproduce. How and why do they do this? Well, they use a process called cell division to make new cells, called daughter cells. Unicellular organisms, meaning creatures that consist of just one cell, such as bacteria, usually clone themselves during cell division. The two daughter cells that result are separate organisms, in this case, two new genetically identical bacteria. This is a type of asexual reproduction known as binary fission. Cells in a multicellular organism also reproduce by cell division. But the new daughter cells that are produced are not two separate organisms. Instead, these new cells are just parts of the organism, allowing it to grow, or sometimes replacing cells that are worn out or injured. For example, your body heals a paper cut through division of your skin cells, occurring at the edges of the cut. In a modified example of cell division, sex cells, called gametes, are made. Chromosomes are an important part of cell division. So, what are chromosomes? Let's look inside a cell's nucleus. Here we find the nuclear genetic material known as deoxyribonucleic acid, or DNA. Each cell's DNA holds the genetic code, or instructions, for everything within that organism. Looking through a microscope, you can see that DNA is usually spread out within the nucleus. It looks kind of grainy. We call the DNA chromatin when it looks like this. Before a cell divides, DNA must replicate or copy itself so that the information in this code can be passed on to each daughter cell. At the beginning of cell division, DNA condenses tightly into an X-shaped structure known as a chromosome. Each side of an X-shaped chromosome is a genetically identical sister chromatid, forming a sideways V shape. In the middle, a structure called a centromere joins the sister chromatids together. Different types of organisms have different numbers of chromosomes. Every cell in your body is called a somatic cell, except your gametes. Human somatic cells have 23 pairs of chromosomes, for a total of 46.
Human somatic cells.
Different types of organisms have different numbers of chromosomes. Every cell in your body is called a somatic cell, except your gametes. Human somatic cells have 23 pairs of chromosomes, for a total of 46. It's like the difference between how many pairs of shoes you have versus your total number of shoes. Gametes are the exceptions to this rule. Human eggs and sperm have only one chromosome from each pair, for a total of 23.
It's fine.
And, unlike somatic cells, gametes are not genetically identical to their
I
parent cells.
gotta add the class. I gotta add the physio class after.
When a sperm cell fertilizes an egg, they both contribute their 23 chromosomes. This fuse is genetically identical to their parent cells. When a sperm cell fertilizes an egg, they both contribute their 23 chromosomes. This fused cell, called a zygote, now has 23 pairs of chromosomes, for a total of 46. This overview of cell division will help prepare you for studying. Both gametes are not genetically identical in chromosome from each pair, for a total of 23. And, unlike somatic cells, gametes are not genetically identical to their parent. Fertilizes an egg, they both contribute their 23 chromosomes. This fused cell, called a zygote, now has 23 pairs of chromosomes, for a total of 46. This overview of cell division will help prepare you for studying the cell cycle, which is the life cycle of the cell. In this lesson, we'll explore the details of what happens during the phases of meiosis. Meiosis, sometimes called reduction division, is the type of cell division that produces gametes. By gametes, we mean sex cells, such as sperm cells in males and egg cells in females. Meiosis is broken down into two stages of cell division, called meiosis 1 and meiosis 2. Meiosis 1 has 4 phases: prophase 1, metaphase 1, anaphase 1, and telophase 1. And meiosis 2 also has 4 phases: prophase 2, metaphase 2, anaphase 2, and telophase 2. Let's look at what happens during meiosis 1. Prophase 1 starts with a diploid cell. Its chromatin contains two uncoiled, spread out sets of chromosomes, one from each parent. After the DNA in the chromatin replicates, it condenses into the more familiar X-shaped chromosomes. The replicated DNA is the same in the identical sister chromatids of each chromosome. Let's look at what happens during it contains two uncoiled, spread out sets of chromosomes, one from each parent. After the DNA in the chromatin replicates, it condenses into the more familiar X-shaped chromosomes. The replicated DNA is the same in the identical sister chromatids of each chromosome. In a process called synapsis, each chromosome pairs up with and binds to its corresponding homologous chromosome, forming a tetrad. A tetrad is the group of 4 sister chromatids in paired homologous chromosomes. The chromosomes contain genetic information called genes. These genes were inherited from each parent. And different versions of the same gene on each chromosome are called alleles. In a process called crossing over, chromatids from each homologous chromosome exchange segments of alleles. Also called recombination, crossing over randomly happens on every chromosome, resulting in different gene combinations. This explains why every gamete is genetically different from every other gamete. Crossing over results in genetic variety in offspring. This is why children are different from their biological parents, as well as from their biological siblings. Continuing on with prophase 1, the nuclear membrane disappears. The centrioles move to opposite ends of the cell, and spindle fibers fan out from them. Next, in metaphase 1, the homologous chromosomes line up at the equator and attach to spindle fibers from opposite poles. During anaphase 1, spindle fibers separate the homologous chromosomes in each tetrad and pull them to opposite poles of the cell. The cell enters telophase 1 with one chromosome from each homologous pair at separate poles. However, each chromosome still consists of sister chromatids. Keep in mind that each chromosome's sister chromatids are no longer identical because of the allele exchange that happened during crossing over. Then, spindle fibers disappear, and the nuclear membrane reforms around the chromosomes. Finally, cytokinesis occurs. Meiosis 1 ends with 2 genetically different haploid daughter cells. Each haploid cell contains only one set of chromosomes, consisting of paired sister chromatids. Both cells now enter the next stage, meiosis II. However, unlike meiosis I, DNA does not replicate before meiosis II begins. Once again, in prophase II, the nuclear membrane disappears, and spindle fibers fan out from the two sets of paired centrioles. During metaphase II, the chromosomes in each cell line up at the equator and attach to spindle fibers from both poles. During anaphase II, the sister chromatids of each chromosome separate and move to opposite poles. Once the sister chromatids separate, they are called chromosomes. Finally, during telophase II, the spindle fibers disappear and nuclear membranes reform. And cytokinesis occurs in both cells. Meiosis II ends with 4 genetically different haploid daughter cells, each containing only one set of chromosomes. Some key points to remember about meiosis. It begins with a diploid cell. Meiosis only produces gametes. Gametes are genetically different haploid cells, sperm cells in males and eggs in females. Meiosis has 2 stages of cell division, called meiosis I and meiosis II. During meiosis I, homologous chromosomes separate to produce 2 haploid cells, each containing chromosomes in the form of paired sister chromatids. In meiosis II, the sister chromatids separate in both cells, becoming individual chromosomes. Cytokinesis of these cells produces 4 genetically different haploid gametes. And here are some key points to remember about prophase I. The pairing of homologous chromosomes, called synapsis, occurs. Each pair of homologous chromosomes, consisting of 4 chromatids, is called a tetrad. During the process of crossing over, chromosomes in homologous pairs exchange segments of alleles. Crossing over results in genetic differences in gametes. All gametes produced by meiosis are haploid.
Sound levantou-se muito tempo aqui.
In this module, you will learn about mitosis. In this module, you will learn about mitosis. Mitosis is a process of cell division that makes possible regeneration of body parts. To elaborate, mitosis is the separation of nuclear chromosomes into 2 identical daughter nuclei. It is divided into 4 key phases: prophase, metaphase, anaphase, and telophase. An additional phase called cytokinesis occurs after the complete nuclear division. Before a dividing cell informs chromosomes. Each chromosome has 2 sister chromatids joined together at the centromere. The nucleolus disappears and the nuclear membrane starts to break down. The centrosomes, each with a pair of centrioles, move apart to the opposite poles, forming a spindle between them. Metaphase. During metaphase, microtubules of the spindle interact with chromosomes. This causes the chromosomes to move and align along the middle of the cell or the equatorial plate. Sister chromatids are held at the centromere, confirming the presence of protein structures called kinetochore at the surface. The kinetochore holds the chromosomes and attaches them to the spindle. Anaphase. During anaphase, the sister chromatids separate at the kinetochores, and the daughter chromosomes, along with the divided centromere, move towards the opposite poles as the microtubule shortens. The poles of the spindle also move apart and help to separate the chromosomes. As the chromosomes separate completely into 2 sets, one at each pole, anaphase is considered complete. Telophase. During telophase, the daughter chromosomes arrive at the pole and the chromatin starts to decoil. Also, the nuclei reform along with nucleoli. This triggers the reformation of the nuclear membrane. Cytokinesis. Cytokinesis is the partition of the cytoplasm. In animals, a cleavage furrow appears in the plasma membrane, which deepens and divides the cytoplasm into two daughter cells, each containing a nucleus. In plants, new cell wall formation is triggered at the center of the cell by the formation of a cell plate. The cell plate grows outwards till it meets the existing wall, resulting in two daughter cells. In this module, you have learned mitosis is the process of separation of nuclear chromosomes into two identical daughter nuclei. Mitosis involves four key phases: prophase, metaphase, anaphase, and telophase. In prophase, the chromatin condenses and becomes short and thick to form the chromosomes. In metaphase, microtubules of the spindle interact with the chromosomes. In anaphase, the sister chromatids separate out at the centromere and move towards the opposite poles as the microtubule becomes shorter. In telophase, daughter chromosomes arrive at the pole and chromatin starts to decoil, followed by the reformation of nucleoli and nuclei.
Versus evil.
Can hear you, buddy.
The process of mitosis versus meiosis. You know, every year I teach this lesson, and students will sometimes mix up a few stages. So I hope this video will help clarify. So what the picture shows is a cell going through the process of mitosis. A human cell has 46 chromosomes. That is what we call the diploid chromosome number. And in the process of mitosis, a diploid cell with 46 chromosomes will divide into two cells, each of them also containing 46 chromosomes. Well, that's a little different when we compare and contrast with meiosis. In the picture, we see a cell starts very similar when it goes through the process of meiosis. A human cell will start with 46 chromosomes, but through the process of meiosis, that 46 chromosome cell will divide not once, but twice into a total of 4 cells. And each of the 4 cells has half the total number of chromosomes. That's what we call the term haploid. Haploid cells have half the total number of chromosomes, and in humans, half of 46 is 23. So how does this process take place? What are the stages of similarities and differences between mitosis and meiosis? That's what this video is all about. Let's go ahead and get started. So here we have 2 cells, and the cell on the top will eventually go through mitosis, and the cell on the bottom will eventually go through meiosis. Right now, both of these cells are in interphase. Interphase takes place prior to mitosis, and interphase takes place prior to meiosis. And what I want to do is first count out the amount of chromatin, DNA, strands of DNA that are in the nucleus of these 2 cells. And so I want to make a note. You know, just to start, in the top cell, we're starting with a cell that has 4 strands of DNA. Well, look at the bottom cell. In the bottom cell, we also see a cell that has 4 strands of DNA. And just so we don't forget that number, I'm going to go ahead and make a note of it in the lower left-hand corner. And that note is going to stay there the whole time as our silent reminder of how much DNA was in each of these 2 cells at the start. So they each have 4 strands of DNA called chromatin. Well, now that we're going to go through this process, what happens during the S stage of interphase, you can see the DNA just duplicated. The chromatin strands duplicated. And that happens in the S stage of interphase, which is prior to mitosis. Now, in the cell to the bottom, the same thing. The cell to the bottom is going to duplicate the strands of DNA. It's going to duplicate the chromatin that happens during the S stage of interphase, which is prior to meiosis. So far, the 2 cells are setting up to be fairly similar to one another. Well, let's move on. Now we're going to move on to the step known as prophase. And let's look at the cell on top. It's going to go through the prophase stage of mitosis. And so what happens is the nucleus is going to dissolve, and you see the blue circle disappearing. The next thing that I want to note is look at the bottom cell. The bottom cell is also going to lose its nucleus as it goes through prophase number 1 of meiosis. In the top cell, what I want to draw your attention to in the top cell now is that the chromatin, the strands of chromatin that were just duplicated, are going to coil into chromosomes. I'll explain the P and the M in just a moment. In the bottom cell, prophase number 1 of meiosis, really the same thing is going to happen. The chromatin is going to coil into chromosomes. Now I want to mention what the P and what the M stand for. The P, this key is going to stay up here for a little bit. The P stands for chromosomes that are paternal. Paternal chromosomes are chromosomes you inherited from your father. The M stands for maternal. These are chromosomes you inherited from your mother. So notice how we have a chromosome number 1, maternal, and a chromosome number 1, paternal, M1 and P1. In both cells, there's also a P1, which means, in both cells, there's also a M2, which means chromosome number 2 from the mother. And there's also a P2, which means chromosome number 2 from the father. So M means maternal from the mother, P means paternal from the father. Well, let's move on with the process. So now that the chromosomes have formed, let's focus our attention on the bottom cell, prophase number 1 of meiosis. Something else is going to happen. There's a process called synapsis that's about to happen in the animation. This only happens in prophase number 1 of meiosis. Watch what happens. During the process called synapsis, the 2 homologous chromosomes are paired up with one another. the two chromosome number 1s are paired up with one another, the maternal chromosome number 1 and the paternal chromosome number 1. The same thing happens with chromosome number 2. The maternal and the paternal chromosome number 2s are paired up with one another. This pairing up of homologous chromosomes is called synapsis. This only happens during prophase number 1 of meiosis. And when synapsis is finished, this is what's created. These groupings of chromosomes here are called a tetrad. Tetra is a prefix that means 4, and the reason it's called a tetrad is because you see the bracket in the picture is around 2 chromosomes, but remember that one chromosome is made from 2 chromatids. So if there's 2 chromosomes in a tetrad, that's a total of 4 chromatids. That's how they get their name. This process called synapsis only occurs in prophase number 1 of meiosis. Okay, so the next thing I want to mention, now that synapsis has occurred, the next thing I want to mention is a process known as crossing over, and this only happens in prophase number 1 of meiosis. Watch this. In crossing over, parts of the chromosomes are going to swap with one another. Watch the animation, 3, 2, 1. Parts of the chromosomes swap with one another. Parts of the maternal and the paternal chromosomes swapped with one another. If you missed it, here it is again on the other tetrad. So in crossing over, parts of the maternal chromosome number 1 break away and connect with the paternal chromosome number 1. So the maternal and the paternal break off parts of their chromosomes and they recombine with one another. This process called crossing over shuffles up the genetic gene combination just a little bit. And we'll see why that's relevant near the end. So now when we go on to the next stage called metaphase, on the top, let's look at metaphase of mitosis. In metaphase of mitosis, the 4 chromosomes in the animation are randomly pulled to the middle of the cell. Look at the bottom animation now. In metaphase number 1 of meiosis, those 2 tetrads are going to be pulled randomly to the middle of the cell. And that's really all that takes place. Remember, who's pulling the chromosomes here are those spindle fibers. And so let's move on to anaphase. So now at the top again, anaphase of mitosis. What happens next? Here it is. All the chromosomes in the animation are on the top. Let's look at metaphase of mitosis. In metaphase of mitosis, the 4 chromosomes in the animation are randomly pulled to the middle of the cell. Look at the bottom animation now. In metaphase number 1 of meiosis, those 2 tetrads are going to be pulled randomly to the middle of the cell. And that's really all that takes place. Remember, who's pulling the chromosomes here are those spindle fibers. And so let's move on to anaphase. So now at the top again, anaphase of mitosis. What happens next? Here it is. What happens next is the chromatids, the sister chromatids, are pulled apart from one another. The spindle fibers will pull one of the chromatids to the left, the other chromatid to the right. So the chromosome is ripped apart. One chromatid pulled to the left, one chromatid pulled to the right. Well, now what about the meiosis stage? Anaphase number 1 of meiosis. Watch this. The chromosomes are pulled apart. So the chromosomes are still, I should say the tetrads were pulled apart, but the chromosomes are still intact. 2 entire complete chromosomes were pulled to the right. 2 entire complete chromosomes were pulled to the left. So that's a bit of a distinction that's different between the mitosis on top and the meiosis on the bottom. Let's move on into telophase. So in the telophase part of this presentation, the process known as cytokinesis is going to start to split the cytoplasm of the cell, and the 2 cells are going to split in half. You know, sometimes cytokinesis starts during anaphase, but I just threw it in here in the telophase because this is kind of the final step. Telophase is the final step of mitosis. So cytokinesis is going to split the 1 cell into 2 when the cytoplasm divides. The next thing that's going to happen is around those 4 bits of DNA that you see, the nucleus is going to regrow. The nucleus offers protection for the DNA that's inside. And finally, the chromatids, those 4 chromatids are going to unwind back into the linear strands of chromatin, very similar to how we started this video. And that's really it. That's really the end result. But look at the bottom one. We're going to see the bottom one's not finished. First of all, in the telophase number 1 of meiosis, you just saw cytokinesis split the 2 cells in half. Well, what happens next? The nucleus regrows, and sometimes the nucleus does not regrow, but in this animation, we're going to show you what happens when the nucleus does regrow. The nucleus regrows, and that's really it. The chromosomes are not going to unwind into chromatin. So that's really it, telophase number 1 of meiosis. But we're not quite done because this was just telophase number 1. There's a round 2 of all this in just a moment for meiosis. So when we look at the top cell's finished. Mitosis is over. We started with 1 cell with 4 strands of DNA, and we ended with 2 cells with 4 strands of DNA. But now let's look at the bottom. We can focus on the bottom now. Prophase number 2 of meiosis. There is no interphase number 2. It just moves right on into prophase number 2. And like it says, the nucleus is going to often redissolve, and so there it goes. And when we continue on to metaphase number 2 of meiosis, the chromosomes are going to be pulled to the middle of the cell. Remember, who's pulling the chromosomes? That would be the spindle fibers. So the chromosomes are pulled to the middle of the cell. When we move on into anaphase number 2 of meiosis, now the chromatids are going to be pulled apart. So the chromatids get pulled to opposite ends of the cell. In this animation, one of the chromatids went to the top, the other chromatid went to the bottom. So the chromosomes that were lined up in the middle during metaphase, the chromosomes were ripped apart with one chromatid going each direction. And when we finally move into telophase number 2 of meiosis, well, the cytoplasm is going to split again during the process called cytokinesis. So the 2 cells have just split into 4. The nucleus is going to regrow, but now it's going to regrow in 4 cells. And the last thing that's going to happen here is the chromatids are going to unwind back into their linear strands of DNA called chromatin. And that's really the end of meiosis number 2 here. So when you look at the end result, what we finished with is 4 haploid cells. So just to wrap up this and kind of give this quick conclusion here, if you notice, I want to point your attention to the box in the upper left-hand corner. When we started this video, there were 4 strands of DNA in the one cell at the top. Well, let's count up the strands of DNA now. The new cells, the 2 new cells on top, look at that, 4 strands of DNA in the cell on the left and 4 strands of DNA in the cell on the right. So the cell started with 4 strands of DNA, and the 2 that are created each have 4 strands of DNA as well. And not only that, but both cells are identical. They each have 2 fully black strands of chromatin. They each have 2 fully red strands of chromatin. The cells are identical to one another. So now let's focus our attention to the one on the bottom. So the cells on the bottom just went through meiosis. But remember, at the start, they each had 4 strands of DNA in them. Let's count up the strands of DNA now. The new cells have half the amount of chromatin as they did from the start. Look at that. That cell only has 2. The cell in the upper right-hand corner only has 2 strands of chromatin. The cell in the lower left only has 2 strands of chromatin. The cell in the lower right only has 2 strands of chromatin. So the cell at the beginning had 4 strands of DNA, but these cells only have 2. Well, that's because these are haploid cells created by meiosis. Another thing I want to point out is that each cell is genetically unique. Each cell has a unique mixture of red and black strands of chromatin because the process called crossing over, which took place way back in prophase number 1. So that is one of the major unique differences of meiosis, which does not happen during mitosis. And this really will conclude this video.
Okay, hold on, buddy. Maybe this one's better. Okay. There we go. Sure. All right, good stuff. That's on there. Great. Fantastic. Very nice. Very nice. All right, sorry, let's go back to Mr. News. Like you.
That were lined up in the middle during metaphase, the chromosomes. So when we look at we're going to see the bottom one's not finished. First of all, in the telophase number 1 of meiosis, you just saw cytokinesis split the 2 cells in half. Well, what happens next? The nucleus regrows, and sometimes the nucleus does not regrow, but in this animation, we're going to show you what happens when the nucleus does regrow. The nucleus regrows, and that's really it. The chromosomes are not going to unwind into chromatin. So that's really it, telophase number 1 of meiosis. But we're not quite done because this was just telophase number 1. There's a round 2 of all this in just a moment for meiosis. So when we look at the top cell's finished. Mitosis is over. We started with we started with 1 cell with 4 strands of DNA, and we ended with 2 cells with 4 strands of DNA. But now let's look at the bottom. We can focus on the bottom now. Prophase number 2 of meiosis. There is no interphase number 2. It just moves right on into prophase number 2. And like it says, the nucleus is going to often redissolve, and so there it goes. And when we continue on to metaphase number 2 of meiosis, the chromosomes are going to be pulled to the middle of the cell. Remember, who's pulling the chromosomes? That would be the spindle fibers. So the chromosomes are pulled to the middle of the cell. When we move on into anaphase number 2 of meiosis, now the chromatids are going to be pulled apart. So the chromatids get pulled to opposite ends of the cell. In this animation, one of the chromatids went to the top, the other chromatid went to the bottom. So the chromosomes that were lined up in the middle during metaphase, the chromosomes were ripped apart with one chromatid going each direction. And when we finally move into telophase number 2 of meiosis, well, the cytoplasm is going to split again during the process called cytokinesis. So the 2 cells have just split into 4. The nucleus is going to regrow, but now it's going to regrow in 4 cells. And the last thing that's going to happen here is the chromatids are going to unwind back into their linear strands of DNA called chromatin. And that's really the end of meiosis number 2 here. So when you look at the end result, what we finished with is 4 haploid cells. So just to wrap up this and kind of give this quick conclusion here, into DNA as well. And not only that, but both cells are identical. The new cells have half the amount of chromatin as they did from the start. Look at that. That cell only has 2. The cell in the upper right-hand corner only has 2 strands of chromatin. The cell in the lower left only has 2 strands of chromatin. The cell in the lower right only has 2 strands of chromatin. So the cell at the beginning had 4 strands of DNA, but these cells only have 2. Well, that's because these are haploid cells created by meiosis. Another thing I want to point out is that each cell is genetically unique. Each cell has a unique mixture of red and black strands of chromatin because the process called crossing over, which took place way back in prophase number 1. So that is one of the major unique difference, and diploid. But the cells on the bottom, cells that will go through meiosis will start diploid, but at the end, they're going to have half the amount of chromatin, and they're going to end haploid. So that's it. That's the updated video. I hope you like it better than the...
Gotcha. I don't know. I think we're okay. I don't think we have to do the rest. There's 4 more videos I had. Okay, now let's move on to Anki. Boy, it's gonna take us some time. Well, let's get it. Then after this one, it's the test. Well, it's the 3 passages of the 3 sections, but yeah. Sure. Man, let's get it. Hydrolase, which includes phosphatase. Operons. Uses tribe inheritance by mendigans other than through DNA sequences of genes. Other than through sequences, DNA sequences. Genetic mutations? Epigenetics. What's the YouTube link here? Sure, we can watch it real quick.
Hi, it's Mr. Anderson, and in this video, I'm going to talk about epigenetics. In science, there's this age-old question: are you the way you are because of nature or nurture? In other words, am I the way I am because of the genes I inherited from my parents or from the experiences I had during my life? And a great place to study this is using identical twins. And so if I had an identical twin, we would have exactly the same DNA, but we wouldn't look exactly the same. And that's because during our life, we're going to have different experiences, get different nutrients at different times, and so we would be different. And so nurture is important, but so is nature. But what we're finding is that the delineation between nature and nurture is blurred. And a great study that relates to that and epigenetics came out in 2003 when they were looking at mice. And so this is going to be a typical mouse. It's gray in color, and it's going to be relatively thin. It's a normal mouse. But there's a mutation found in mice called the agouti mutation. If you have the agouti mutation, you're not going to be dark in color. You're going to be this kind of a yellowish color, and you're going to be fat. You're going to be obese. And associated with that, you're going to have a higher incidence of diabetes. You're going to live a less amount of time. And what they found is that the scientists could actually take clone mice that were exactly the same, and by feeding the mother different amounts of nutrients, they could produce agouti mice. In other words, they could produce mice that are genetically identical. So they have the same exact DNA, but they're going to express different genes. And so that's what epigenetics is. It's taking the genes that we have and manipulating those. And we've known about this for a long time. And so if we look at some stem cells, these are stem cells here. Those are going to become the cells that are eventually an adult they're going to have all the same DNA in all the stem cells. But we know that as those cells eventually start to become different cells and different cells and different cells, they're going to differentiate. They're going to turn into different cells. And so the DNA is going to be the same between all of those cells, but the genes that they express are going to be different. And so what they have is they have all the messages to make all the different types of cells inside the DNA, but they're not expressing all of those. And so what is epigenetics? Epigenetics is controlling which genes we're going to express at which time. And so if we express just the lip genes, then we're going to make a lip cell. And if we express just the eye genes, we're going to make an eye cell. And if we express the ear genes, we're going to make an ear. But if we express all of them at the same time, we're going to make a cell that clearly doesn't function. And so this is something interesting that you should know, that all of our cells have the same exact DNA, but they're not expressing all of the genes at the same time. We call that differentiation. How do we control what genes are actually being expressed? Is called epigenetics. And so we finally come up with a definition for it. And if I were to read it out, it's stably heritable phenotype resulting from changes in chromosome without alterations to the DNA sequence. What does that mean? Well, remember, phenotype is going to be the physical appearances that you have. And so what epigenetics does is allow us to change the phenotypes without changing the underlying DNA sequence. And this is heritable. In other words, once we change that, you can actually pass that on to the next generation. And so before we talk about the specifics of how epigenetics works, we should really talk about what DNA is. So DNA, remember, is going to be a code, and it's code to make all the proteins inside a cell. It's found in all life. But DNA just doesn't sit loose within the nucleus. It's made up of something called chromatin. And chromatin is basically two things. You have the DNA, which is going to be the genetic code, and then you're going to have these proteins. They're called histone proteins. And the DNA is wrapped around the histone proteins. The histone proteins are wrapped around themselves. You eventually get threads and fibers, and you eventually get what we think of as a chromosome. And so what is a chromosome? It's a bunch of proteins with DNA kind of wrapped around it. And so in epigenetics, what we want to be able to do is to express specific genes. And so how do we do that? There's basically three mechanisms of epigenetics. And the first one is called DNA methylation. So what does methylation mean? It means we're adding a methyl group. We're adding a functional group. In this case, we're adding it to cytosine. So remember, DNA is going to be made up of 4 different nucleotides. We have adenine, cytosine, guanine, and thymine. And the one I'm talking about right here is called cytosine. So this is going to be a nitrogenous base. It's going to be those rungs on the inside of a ladder. And if we methylate cytosine, what that really means is we're adding a methyl group. You can see the methyl group right here. We're adding a methyl group to the cytosine nucleotide, which is going to be found on the inside of the DNA. When we do this, when we methylate cytosine, it's almost like turning a switch off. So we're turning that gene off. And so basically, RNA polymerase now can't grab onto the DNA. It can't make RNA, and it can't make those proteins. And so once we methylate our DNA, we are turning it off for good. Now, where's it a good example of this? Well, this is going to be a fertilized egg or a zygote that eventually makes stem cells. And those stem cells eventually are going to differentiate to make all the cells in our body. But how does it do that? Well, again, it does that by methylating the genes. And so inside the circulatory system, let's say a heart cell, we're going to methylate all the genes that don't make that heart cell. And so the same thing is going to happen in all the cells in our body. Now, an interesting thing, well, how do we make those stem cells in our children again? Well, when we're forming those cells, those gamete cells, we're going to demethylate the DNA. So we're going to remove the methyl groups, and now it can become a stem cell again. So that's one mechanism. Histone acetylation is going to be another one. So remember, we said the DNA is wrapped around these histone proteins. And so how tightly that DNA is going to determine if we can express the genes on the DNA or not. And so if the DNA is wrapped really tightly,
H2A, H2B, H3, H4, 2 pairs.
Then RNA polymerase can't get on. We can't transcribe those genes. And so that's controlled by a couple of different enzymes. And so before we get to the enzymes, we should talk about what a histone is. So histone is going to be a protein. So it's made up of a number of different a number of different amino acids. But the important ones are going to be lysine. So lysine is going to be a specific amino acid. You can see here's the R group hanging off the end. And what we can do is we can add an acetyl group to that. As we add an acetyl group to that, right down here, what that's really going to do is it's going to change the structure of these histone proteins. And that's going to loosen up the DNA that's attached to it. Once we loosen up that DNA, then we can start to transcribe the genes that are found wrapped around the histone. It's almost like having thread wrapped around a spool, and if we loosen up that thread, then we can start to code for those genes. What if we don't want to express those genes? Well, we're going to go in the other direction. We're going to remove that acetyl group. And so the functions, the enzymes are going to be histone acetyltransferase, and that enzyme is going to transfer an acetyl group onto the histones. And then we're going to have histone deacetylase, and so that's going to remove the histone group. And so again, what does that mean? If we add the acetyl group to it, then we can code for the genes here. If we remove the acetyl group, then RNA polymerase can't get onto the DNA, and we're not going to code for for it. And so this is occurring all the time. It's not like methyl groups when we're just turning a gene off permanently. We're constantly acetylating and deacetylating those histones. And so we're coding for those genes and then we're not. And then one other important thing that we're starting to discover is something called microRNA. MicroRNA is little bits of RNA. And so let's kind of figure out where we are. This is the nucleus. So this would be a eukaryotic cell. This is going to be the RNA. And then this is going to be a ribosome. A ribosome, remember, is going to translate that protein. And so what we also produce inside our DNA is we're producing a bunch of microRNA. MicroRNA is little bits of RNA that aren't going to code for specific proteins. What they're going to do is they're going to bond to the regular messenger RNA. When they do that, they block the ribosome, and so we can't code for those specific enzymes, can't code for those specific proteins. So it's another way that we can say, okay, we've got the DNA, we've got the gene, but we're not going to make the protein because we're going to control that post-transcriptionally after the RNA has been made. So why is this important? Well, it's super important that you take care of your genome because that's what you hand on to your kids. But what we're finding is it's your epigenome that's incredibly important. And so we can mess up
Okay.
our genome using all of these things over here. Changes in diet, drugs, getting older, all those things are going to change what genes we're actually expressing. And the neat thing about that and the scary thing about that is that we pass that on to the next generation. And so diabetes, we found forever that diabetes is going to be much more common if you have a parent who has diabetes. Well, what's going on? They're actually changing their epigenome. They're changing what genes that they're expressing, and then they're handing that off to their kids. It's a little bit scary, but that's epigenetics. It's really cool. It's revolutionizing a lot of the ways we look at health problems, and I hope that was helpful.
Thanks. Thank you. Oh, you guys didn't even see that. Oh, whatever. Sure. Again, I guess. Let's take a 10-minute. Take a 10-minute, and let's see if we can finish up these in an hour because, yeah, we gotta go. We gotta go. We got to go. You are invisible. Epigenetics. Shindel-Garno sequence. This was also Aperon stuff. There we go. Some neural stuff. 50. Oh my god. 50. Good on. Okay.
Like this.
Oh. Actually, I think we should probably leave this lady here. So she's pretty good. Get in there. Yeah. Protect mRNA from degradation. Oh. For translation. Mm. Of a carbohydrate. Glycosylation. Then we have baby no. Babies need sugar. Baby need sugar. Baby need sugar. Baby need no. Baby need sugar. Sugar need baby. Sugar baby needs. Sugar no. Toddler. Okay, and Jesus. Toddler needs sugar. So that's 309. 309. Short carbon tree with hydroxide methyl. And and asparagine. N is a short, neat amide. But an amide and serine. So the ones that are contains the O can be O linked, while asparagine is N linked. For glycosylation. Toddler needs sugar. Toddler needs sugar. Or the incidence for glycosylation. Adenosine triphosphate. A, B, C. Alpha, beta, gamma. Also, there's your bonds, phosphate sugar backbone. Not operons. Exons. Oh, I'm not sure. I don't know the name, but I understand. Feedback. Yeah, I understand. It's a loop. So feedback. YouTube link.
Our cells are amazing. Our cells are amazing molecular machines. Every day, they convert food into energy, such as ATP, that drives the millions of biochemical processes necessary for keeping us alive. The pathways used to convert substrates, such as glucose, into products are collectively referred to as metabolic pathways. The drivers of these biochemical processes, cells are amazing molecular machines. Every day, they convert food into energy, such as ATP, that drives the millions of biochemical processes necessary for keeping us alive. The pathways used to convert substrates, such as glucose, into products are collectively referred to as metabolic pathways. The drivers of these metabolic pathways are enzymes. Enzymes are usually proteins that work to assist chemical reactions by building or breaking down molecules. However, enzymes don't drive reactions at a constant rate. The rate of reaction can speed up, slow down, or stop completely according to the cell's needs. This process is analogous to an assembly line where raw materials are converted into products. The assembly line must be monitored to ensure that the supply of products does not exceed demand. If products are being created at a rate that is faster than they can be used, both resources and products are being wasted. The assembly line can produce at a slower rate or stop completely to prevent waste. In cells, this process is called feedback inhibition. Feedback inhibition is achieved through a process called allosteric regulation and plays an important role in many metabolic pathways. Enzymes have a unique area called the active site where substrates can bind. Enzymes that can be regulated have an additional area called the allosteric site. Downstream products can bind to this regulatory site, causing the enzyme to change shape and prevent it from binding with its substrates. Enzymes that can be regulated have an additional area called the allosteric site. Downstream products can bind to this regulatory site, causing the enzyme to change shape and prevent it from binding with its substrates. This causes the entire pathway to halt, and new products are no longer formed. Conversely, when the amount of direct site, downstream products can bind. Enzymes that can be regulated have an additional area called the allosteric site. Downstream products can bind to this regulatory site, causing the enzyme to change shape and prevent it from binding with its substrates. This causes the entire pathway to halt, and new products are no longer formed. Conversely, when the amount of downstream product gets too low, the enzymes interact with their usual substrates and begin forming products again.
Right.
Feedback inhibition plays a critical role in preventing cells from wasting resources and energy. Mutated enzymes that do not respond to allosteric regulation have been linked to disease states such as cancer. Many processes in our bodies rely on feedback inhibition to keep everything running smoothly and efficiently, maintaining homeostasis.
Very nice. Very nice. Thank you. Very nice. Gotcha. I mean, good. Like that. Anyways. But genetics. Sweeter I am. More than one. Many. One. Humans have 46, 23 pairs. There we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go again. Okay. What do we got here? What do we got here? Come on, what do we got? What do we got? Isoleucine. Ile. I'm the on the scene. Isoleucine. Ile. I. Hydrophobic. binds at the active site. Whoop. Competitive. No, Cerrito. Uncompetitive. Uno competitive. Huh. Wait, you said binds at the active site and prevents substrate from binding. Oh, that's also true. Whoops. I guess this is, I thought, well, wait, what? Okay, it's the uncompetitive conformational change. Or can bind either the active. Whoopsie daisy. Gotcha. Excuse me. The queen's mind. You are glutamine. GLN. One letter name. Q. Jesus. Q. Q polar, hydrophilic. That's what I got. I don't know about all this other stuff, but sure. Complementary. RNA. If it's encoding mRNA, then that means that it wants to go. Wants to go to protein. So positive sense. Oh, what? Never mind. Negative sense has a nucleotide sequence. Oh, negative sense RNA strands. Complementary to the mRNA. Oh, I think I just got that mixed up. Like DNA, RNA cannot be translated instead. Must be transcribed into positive sense. Gotcha. I think we already watched this YouTube link, no?
Welcome back. In this video, I'll be teaching you what do we mean by ribosome and first their negative RNA into positive RNA. So to remember all negatives are virus, orthomix are virus, rhabdovirus. And remember the negative, they are palicivirus and flav.
I know we have to know that, yeah. Competitive. Adenosine triphosphate. ATP World Club, nah. ATP. Let's go. Double O. This is D. Aspartate. Aspartic acid. Aspartate. ASP. D. Sorry, in case you're sick. Well, negative, acidic, hydrophilic. Polar. No, competitive, uncompetitive. Uncompetitive, we have parallel, Lineberger's plot. Vmax goes down, Km goes down. Histone acetylase. Activates transcription. Enhancers. Enhancer action is independent of location. Does not matter. It's gonna enhance transcription. Binds at the allosteric sites. We have non-competitive. Non-competitive, change in Vmax, no change in Km. What region? Motors. Inducible is turned off. Bind to repressor. DNA is a process of DNA replication. In competitive, then we have Vmax. Vmax stays the same. Km goes up. And then competitive. They cross. Competitive. Different Km. Km here is a little bit further out, so we need a little bit more substrate. Yeah, it's here. Yeah, we're gonna need a little bit more substrate. No, Km's here. Km's here for this one. Oh, actually, Km goes what? Km goes up. Yeah, so Km goes up. I think there is a substrate goes up. Feedback inhibition. Just learned about this. Can't get me. About 20. Yes, sir. Is metal cation. No. It's an inorganic molecule. Inorganic. No. It's inorganic. Organic or small molecule. Helps to transfer functional groups or transfer electrons. Non-competitive. Non-competitive, we have non-competitive. We have allosteric. Allosteric binding. Binds. I think that's oh. I think that's E plus EX. They can bind at both sides. And non-competitive. So that's going to be Lineberger plot is going to intercept at the X axis. V max is going to go down. Max is going to go down because it's poisoned, and then Km is going to stay the same. It doesn't matter. Yes, sir. We got non-competitive, which is here, intercept with the X. Activator. Inducer. Inducer. Here, I think that's I gotta be careful. I think that's oh geez, what the heck? Oh no. No. I think that's leucine. Leu, L, hydrophobic. Oh no, it's valine. It's valine, right? It's valine. Okay, valine. Okay. There's a neutral chain. There's a neutral side chain. Neutral side chain is going to be well, then that's just going to be PK 1 plus PK 2 over 2. Where PK 2 is a mean group and PK 1 is a co-possible. Good. See, now this is one we can hit. Slope, I think 1 over V max. X intercept, negative 1 over Km. I don't know, we gotta see it first, I guess. Okay. Oh, sheesh. I still got it.
So the infamous equation that is continually used.
Let's go. Let's hit up this Andrew K. He's pretty good. But hopefully, let's see if he breaks it down pretty good. He breaks it down well enough.
Used over and over in enzyme kinetics is the Michaelis-Menten equation. And this is that equation. And what this equation does is it builds a relationship between the rate at which the enzyme operates on a certain substrate and the concentration of that substrate in that surrounding environment. So if we plot the following equation on the XY axis, we get the following red curve. And notice an important point about the red curve. The red curve initially increases very rapidly, so essentially linearly, and then the slope begins to decrease over time. So the slope begins to level off and it approaches a maximum value known as the Vmax. It approaches that value asymptotically. And that's a very important mathematical term. So what do we mean by a curve approaching a number asymptotically? What that means is every single time we increase the substrate concentration, the red curve gets closer and closer and closer to that Vmax value. But what it means to approach asymptotically is it never quite reaches it. So the red curve is never going to actually reach that Vmax quantity. Now, that's problematic because we want to be able to calculate what Vmax actually is. And in fact, if we can't calculate what Vmax is, then we cannot calculate what the Km value is, the Michaelis constant. So remember, the Michaelis constant basically describes the affinity of that substrate for the active side. And the Km value is the concentration of that substrate at which that enzyme operates at a velocity that is exactly half of that Vmax value. So if we know what this y coordinate is, Vmax divided by 2, then we can calculate exactly what the Km value is. We simply draw a horizontal line until it hits the curve, and then we draw a vertical line, and that gives us the x coordinate, the Km value. So if we can't calculate what Vmax is, because the slope never actually touches the Vmax value, then we can't calculate what Vmax divided by 2 is, and therefore we cannot calculate what Km is. So back in the day before computers, we really had no way of using this graph to actually calculate what Vmax and Km is. So back in the day, instead of using this Michaelis-Menten equation in this form, we changed the equation into a slightly different form. And what we did was we took the reciprocal of the left side and the right side of that equation. Now remember, in mathematics, if we have an algebraic equation and we change the right side and the left side in the same exact way, that does not actually change the information that the equation provides us with. It doesn't change the information, but what it does is it changes the way that information is actually displayed. So the information from this particular equation basically gives us an asymptotic curve. But if we take the reciprocal of both sides, we get a linear equation. We get a straight line. And now the same pieces of information, the Km value, the Vmax, and so forth, is given to us in the form of a straight line. And a straight line is much more useful than this asymptotic curve because a straight line can be used to actually calculate what Km is and what Vmax is. So instead of using the above Michaelis-Menten equation that gives us an asymptotic red curve, we can take the reciprocal of the left and the right side to obtain a double reciprocal curve, also known as the Lineweaver-Burk curve. So if we take this equation, we take the reciprocal of V naught, we get 1 over V naught. We take the reciprocal of this. So the top is Vmax multiplied by this, and the bottom is simply Km plus the concentration of S. So if we reciprocate, this simply goes to the bottom. So the bottom becomes Vmax multiplied by the substrate concentration, and the top becomes Km plus the concentration of S. And now we essentially rearrange the equation. We distribute our denominator to this quantity and this quantity, and we get the following result. And notice the concentration of the S cancels out on this second term on the right side of the equation. And this equation has the same exact form as a straight line. So this left side, 1 over V naught, is the y-axis. So here's the y-axis. The x-axis.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, wait, plus 1 over V max?
Axis. This is the x value of that line. So the x coordinate is 1 divided by the concentration of S. The slope of the straight line is 1 over V naught is the y-axis. So here's the y-axis. The x-axis, this is the x value of that line. So the x coordinate is 1 divided by the concentration of S. The slope of the straight line is Km divided by V max. So the slope of the red line is Km divided by V max. And the y-intercept is 1 divided by V max. So what this really tells us is the point where the curve intersects the y-axis is the quantity 1 divided by V max. So if we carry out our experiment, we collect the data points, and then we plot the double reciprocal curve, if we find what this y value is, so let's say it's 20, then we know that is equal to 1 divided by V max. And if we solve for V max, we get that V max is equal to 0.05. So that allows us to calculate exactly what the V max quantity is, unlike in this case, where we had no way of actually determining what that V max is because the curve never actually touches that V max quantity. Now, what about the Km? Well, notice that the red curve also intersects the x-axis. And if we basically let the left side of the equation equal to 0, we can solve for what the x-axis is. The x-axis is equal to negative of 1 divided by Km. And so if we find exactly what the x value is, again, let's suppose, I don't know, it's -2, then we said -2 equal to -1 over Km, negative of 1 divided by Km. And so if we find exactly what the x value is, again, let's suppose, I don't know, it's -2, then we said -2 equal to -1 over Km, and we find that is equal to 0.05. So that allows us to calculate exactly what the V max quantity is, unlike in this case, where we had no way of actually determining what that V max is because the curve never actually touches that V max quantity.
Right.
Now, what about the Km? Well, notice that the red curve also intersects the x-axis. And if we basically let the left side of the equation equal to 0, we can solve for what the x-axis is. The x-axis is equal to negative of 1 divided by Km. And so if we find exactly what the x value is, again, let's suppose, I don't know, it's -2, then we said -2 equal to -1 over Km, and we find that Km is equal to 0.5. And in this manner, we can calculate exactly what the V max value is and what the Km value is. In addition, if we know any 2 points on the curve, we can calculate what the slope is. The slope is simply Km divided by V max. So this double reciprocal plot is a very useful way to basically determine exactly what these quantities is and what these quantities are. And these quantities can be used to basically study the way that enzymes increase the rates of different types of chemical reactions. Now, in addition to this usefulness, there's one other important application of the double reciprocal plot. We can also actually use the double reciprocal plot to basically differentiate between the three different types of reversible inhibitors. Remember, we have competitive inhibitors, we have uncompetitive, and we have non-competitive. And we can use the double reciprocal plot, as we'll see in just a moment, to basically differentiate between which type of inhibitor is actually present in our mixture.
Okay.
So let's begin by discussing how a competitive inhibitor will actually affect this double reciprocal curve. So the red curve describes the curve in the absence of that competitive inhibitor, and the purple curve describes that curve in the presence of that inhibitor. So notice what happens. In the presence of the inhibitor, the slope is greater, the y-intercept is the same, and the x-intercept is less negative. It's closer to that origin. The question is why? Well, let's recall how this type of competitive inhibitor actually affects the kinetics of enzymes. So remember, a competitive inhibitor binds exactly into the same location, the same active site as the substrate does.
Mm-hmm.
And because it binds reversibly, we can simply increase the concentration of the substrate to basically replace and kick out that inhibitor. And so ultimately, the Vmax value is not changed. And if the Vmax isn't changed, because 1 divided by Vmax is that y coordinate value, it's that location where the curve intersects the y-axis, both of these curves will intersect the same exact coordinate value because this Vmax does not change, and so 1 over Vmax also will not change. Now, what is affected by a competitive inhibitor? Well, the Km value is affected. Remember, in the presence of a competitive inhibitor, the affinity of that substrate for the active site decreases. And so we have to increase the concentration of S to basically get all those active sites occupied with that substrate. And so Km will actually increase. Now, if Km increases, then because the slope of the line is Km divided by Vmax, Vmax will not change, Km increases, and so the ratio Km divided by Vmax also increases. And that's precisely why the slope of the purple line is greater than the slope of that red line. And finally, because the Km increases, this 1 divided by Km ratio will essentially decrease. And so this x coordinate, the x-intercept, will be closer to that origin. And so that's exactly what we see in this particular case. So if we basically have some type of unknown inhibitor, we take out the inhibitor, then we plot the red curve, and then we place that inhibitor into our solution and we plot the purple curve. If this is how the curve changes, we know that it must be a competitive inhibitor. Now, what about uncompetitive? Well, let's recall let's first look at the following plot. So again, the red describes the absence and the purple describes the presence of that uncompetitive inhibitor.
Okay.
And notice what happens. Essentially, we take the curve and we shift it upward. And notice the slope doesn't change because these lines are parallel. What changes is the x-coordinate value where the line intersects the x-axis and the y-coordinate value, the y-intercept. Now, why does that actually take place? Well, recall what an uncompetitive inhibitor does. An uncompetitive inhibitor binds onto that site of the enzyme that is only created when the substrate actually binds onto that particular enzyme. Recall y-axis and the y-coordinate value, the y-intercept. Now, why does that actually take place? Well, recall what an uncompetitive inhibitor does. Uncompetitive inhibitor binds onto that site of the enzyme that is only created when the substrate actually binds onto that particular enzyme. So what that does is it decreases the total number of enzymes that are functional in the mixture, and so it brings down the Vmax value, decreases the Vmax value. Now, if the Vmax value is decreased, then the ratio 1 divided by a smaller Vmax value means we have,
because it's a reciprocal. So if we lower the Vmax, we're gonna increase the y-intercept because we're doing the reciprocal. Lower it is gonna increase it on the graph.
a y-intercept that is higher up. And that's exactly why the y-intercept is higher for the purple curve than that red curve.
Yes, sir.
Now, what happens to the Km? Well, the Km is also affected. The Km also decreases. And that's because when the inhibitor actually binds onto that enzyme substrate complex to create the enzyme substrate inhibitor complex, it essentially increases the affinity of that substrate for that enzyme, because once the inhibitor binds onto that enzyme substrate complex, that substrate cannot actually leave the active site because its affinity is higher. And if the enzyme, the inhibitor actually binds onto that enzyme substrate complex to create the enzyme substrate inhibitor complex, it essentially increases the affinity of that substrate for that enzyme, because once the inhibitor binds onto that enzyme substrate complex, that substrate cannot actually leave the active site because its affinity is higher. And if the affinity is higher, the Km value is lower. So Km will also decrease. Now, the Km is also affected.
Right.
The Km also decreases. And that's because when the inhibitor actually binds onto that enzyme substrate complex to create the enzyme substrate inhibitor complex, it essentially increases the affinity of that substrate for that enzyme, because once the inhibitor
really increases
binds onto that enzyme substrate complex, that substrate cannot actually leave the active site because its affinity is higher. And if the affinity is higher, the Km value is lower. So
is that true? What? Wait, what? 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 Are you telling me lies? Are you telling me lies? Yes, really. If the affinity is higher, the substrate in the Km is lowered. If the affinity is higher, the substrate in the Km is lowered. If the affinity is higher, then the substrate is lowered. Oh, then the substrate concentration is lowered. Oh, he's right. Oh my god. Dang. This guy can explain. Andrew T can explain. You got it, man. You got it.
Enzyme substrate complex, that substrate cannot actually leave the active site because its affinity is higher. And if the affinity is happens to the Km in the mixture enzyme, that is only created when the substrate actually binds onto that particular enzyme. So what that does is it decreases the total number of enzymes that are functional in the mixture, and so it brings down the Vmax value, decreases the
Because from what I understood, a lower Km is higher substrate affinity, and higher Km is lower affinity.
Max value. Now, if the
The affinity is higher than Km is lowered. Affinity is higher than Km is lowered. Affinity is higher than Km is lowered.
Vmax value is decreased, then the ratio 1 divided by a smaller Vmax value means we have a y-intercept that is higher up. And that's exactly why the y-intercept is higher for the purple curve than that red curve.
Yeah.
Now, what happens to the Km? Well, the Km is also affected. The Km also decreases. And that's because when the inhibitor
So if the Km decreases, then we have a higher affinity. Oh, right.
actually binds onto that enzyme substrate complex
Enzyme substrate complex.
to create the enzyme substrate inhibitor complex, it essentially increases the affinity of that substrate.
It increases the affinity of the substrate by lowering the Km.
For that enzyme, because once the inhibitor binds onto that enzyme substrate complex, that substrate cannot actually leave the active site because its affinity is higher. And if the affinity is higher, the Km value,
If the affinity is higher, Km value goes down.
Value is lower. So Km will also decrease. Now, if Km decreases, the ratio 1 divided by a smaller Km value will become more negative. It
become more negative. If the Km is a lower value, if the Km is lower value,
it will become larger in the negative direction. And
larger in the negative side.
so that means the new Km value, the new 1 divided by Km, will be farther to the left along the x-axis. And that's exactly what we see happening here.
Sheesh.
Now, what about the slope? Why does the slope actually not change? Well, the slope is given to us by the ratio Km divided by Vmax. And in this particular case, both Km and Vmax decrease.
What happened?
And in fact, they decrease by the same exact amount.
Oh.
For example, if Km decreases by a half, this also will be half. And so what that means is the ratio does not actually change because the proportion will remain the same. And so the slope, Km divided by Vmax, will not change. And these two lines will be parallel with respect to one another. And so if we take the case when we have the inhibitor and then we don't have the inhibitor, and we find that the two lines are parallel, they have different x and different y intercepts, that must mean the inhibitor is in fact an uncompetitive inhibitor. And finally, let's see how a non-competitive inhibitor actually affects that Lineweaver-Burke curve. So if we look at the following graph, we see that the red curve, again, the absence of that inhibitor, the purple curve, the presence of that non-competitive inhibitor, and notice that the slopes are different. The slope of the purple line is greater. We see that the y-intercept is different. This is greater, but we see that the x-coordinate is actually the same. The x-intercept is the same. And that's because, as we discussed in the non-competitive inhibition case, that inhibitor, non-competitive inhibitor, binds onto the enzyme regardless of whether or not the substrate is actually bound onto that enzyme. So the inhibitor can bind onto the individual enzyme or onto the enzyme substrate mixture. And what that basically means is the Vmax will be smaller. And so if the Vmax is smaller, the y-coordinate, the y-intercept will be greater, as we see in this particular case. Now, even though a non-competitive inhibitor binds onto the enzyme and changes the shape of the active site of the enzyme, that substrate.
Huh? What the heck? Oh.
It can bind onto.
Look at that. 1 minute video. It's like 81,000 views. Oh my goodness.
That enzyme, it can bind onto that enzyme regardless of whether or not the inhibitor is actually bound. And it binds with the same exact affinity. And that means the Km value will not change. And if Km doesn't change, then 1 divided by Km certainly will not change. And so that's exactly why the x-intercept is the same in this particular case. Now, why does the slope actually increase? Well, the slope is Km divided by Vmax. If the Km value doesn't change, but the Vmax decreases, this ratio will increase. And if the slope increases, that means we're going to have a steeper curve as we see in this particular case. So again, if we compare the no inhibitor and the inhibitor, we compare the two curves and we see this result, then that means we have a non-competitive inhibitor present inside our mixture. And so this is another very useful and very important application of how we can use the double reciprocal plot, also known as the Line-Weaver-Burk curve, to basically differentiate between the 3 types of reversible inhibitors.
All right, thank you. Thank you kindly, Andrew K. That's pretty good. Competitive, Vmax no change, Km goes up. Km goes up, then if Km goes up, then affinity is down. Km goes up, affinity is down. And then competitive, it's going to intercept at the Y. Oh, it's not here. What the heck? Why is it not here? Why is it not here? Negative sense. Uncompetitive. Uncompetitive will have parallel. Then. Yeah, Vmax goes down, Km goes down. How does it show it? Why is the tail circle away from the active site? Allosteric inhibitor? Non-competitive? Non-competitive, Vmax goes down, no change in Km. Oh, competitive inhibition, we have Vmax no change. Vmax doesn't change. And wait, what did I just say? Yeah. In competitive, we have Vmax no change. Km will go up. Wait, Km will go up, right? Yeah. Vmax no change, Km goes up. We need a lot of that substrate for it to have. Yeah, so high Km, low substrate. Low substrate affinity, low substrate affinity. There we go. Um, Inducer. Non-competitive. Vmax goes down. Cam also goes down. If Cam goes down, means we have a higher binding affinity. Higher binding affinity. Oh, wait, what? No, non-competitive. Whoops, I thought I said uncompetitive. No, non-competitive, yeah, Vmax goes down, Cam no change. And the touch of the X. Alright, this one was Lately. Val, V, hydrophobic. And then the Y x-intercept is negative 1 over Km. Slope is Km over Vmax. And then the y-intercept is 1 over Km. 1 over Vmax. 1 over Vmax. Negative 1 over Km. Km over Vmax. 1 over Vmax. Alright, let's take a quick 10-minute, I guess. Hey Javier, how's it going? How's it going, buddy? How you doing? Hope you're doing good. We have man, we're on the first one of 3. I don't know. Well, that's because I did the YouTube video though, so maybe we're looking at 30 an hour after 10. It's 7 an hour, another hour it's 9. 9. Maybe I can do 2 lessons. We'll see. Let's take a 10-minute. I'll just leave you guys here because I want you to know where I'm at. This is where I'm at right now. We have a lot to do today. It's because I had some cards that I didn't add. I don't know why, but some cards weren't added. But see, now we have a whole lot of cards. Okay. We're back. Slope Km over Vmax, x-intercept -1 over Km, y-intercept 1 over Vmax. And operon suppressor, repressor, zymogen, autocatalysis activated. This is a competitive inhibition. There we go. See, this is stuff I want to see. This stuff we should have seen last time. Vmax is the maximum rate. Point mutation. Positive. Uncompetitive. Pyrimidines and RNA have single rings. One ring to rule them all. Dun-dun-dun. I don't know, what is it? Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings. Pyrimidine, CTU, purines, AG. Nucleic acids. Is that true? What the heck? No, already, I mean, that's fine. You are non-competitive inhibition. What are you? What are you? I think. No, I think you're losing. Leucine, Lu, L, hydrophobic. Let's go. Chemical by what was chemical energy and mechanical work? Hydrolysis of ATP. Oh, let's go. Muscle contraction, vesicle movement, cell motility. No, wait. Right? Let's go. Myosin, kinesin, thymine. Let's go. Structure of nucleic acids is made up of phosphate groups, ribose sugar, and nitrogenous base. Oh, what am I can't read today. What the heck? Double reciprocal. The x-intercept is -1 over Km, and the y-intercept is 1 over Vmax. The purines have double rings. We have adenine, guanine. Blank is a nucleoside with 1 to 3 phosphate groups added. With 1 to 3 ATP. ATP. Oh no, what hit one color? Nucleotide. 1 to 3 phosphate. 1 to 3 phosphate groups added. Okay. That binds any inhibitor that binds to the active site of some enzyme. Ooh, covalently binds. Covalent bonds. Oh, right here. Covalently bonds. Here's a YouTube link.
Although enzymes are extremely useful and important biological catalysts that speed up the many reactions, that the Vmax, the enzyme, the same.
All right, we'll watch it later, buddy. Lactose is present, low glucose. Oh, there's a basic side chain is PA2 plus PA3 over 2. PKA2 plus PKA3 over 2. Yeah. Titration curves. I don't remember what titration curves are, but it's telling me something about the amino acid at different pH levels. Sure. Are proteins help turn on or off by binding to nearby DNA? Let me see. Transcription factors. So that covalently bonds to the active site. Sure. I didn't know this one. Irreversible inhibition, right? Suicide. Oh, suicide. Suicide inhibitors. I didn't even know this was a thing.
Irreversible inhibitors are molecules that bind onto active sites of enzymes and inhibit that enzyme's functionality.
Wow, there's a whole video just on this one. The other video was different. All right, we'll watch these two later. Oh, I didn't finish it. Nucleoside. Yeah. Convert chemical energy into mechanical work. Allosteric effector. Positive or negative effector. Homotrophic. What the heck? I mean, these are new ones, so I guess. O2 is a homotrophic allosteric regulator of hemoglobin. Homotrophic allosteric enzymes. Substrate is an effector. Multi-subunit enzymes, same binding site on each subunit. Functions both exit and regulatory site. Activator as well. Binding one substrate alters the enzyme's operation. Moidal kinetic, sensitive to a small change. Heterotrophic enzymes. Substrate does not equal an effector. There's a YouTube video link. See, I'm going back to this guy.
So the differences between homotrophic effect.
Oh, no, it's not. I'll watch it later. Suicide inhibition. Oh. Polycistronic gene. Let's go. There's a YouTube video link on this one.
Hi everyone, and welcome to
Oh
Biology.
wow, there's a whole YouTube video link
Today
on
we're
this
going
one
to talk
too.
about how the process of transcription is different in prokaryotes versus eukaryotes.
Sure, I'll watch it later. Introns. Operator. Heterotrophic. Homotrophic. Ooh, let's go. Chromosome. Activator. Negatively charged. Competitive inhibitor. Will go forward with transcription normally. Chargaff's rule. Michaelis-Menten equation. The Michaelis-Menten equation. Okay, does not depend on enzyme concentration. Vmax does depend on enzyme concentration. Okay. Okay. Slope Km over Vmax, 1 over Vmax, intercept, y-intercept, x-intercept, negative 1 over Km. There's a YouTube link on this one.
So
that just takes us back to this one, which we watched. Uncompetitive inhibition. The above molecule, ribose. Wait. I think it's just ribose. Nitrogenous base. Oh, adenine here. Double ring structure. And 3 phosphate groups. There we go. Adenine. And that's what I did. And 3 phosphate groups. Alpha, beta, gamma. Okay, non-competitive inhibition. DNA methylation decreases the excess beta carbon and stops any proteins from interacting. The repressor. Oh, no. What are we talking about here? I guess allolactose. Nucleotide. Okay, secondary structures, nucleic acids is made up of interactions between the the nucleotides, right? We have helixes, helixes, stem loops, pseudo knots. Secondary structure builds a shape, makes a shape. We have junctions, loops. Junctions, bulges, loops, helices. Junctions, bulges, loops, helices. Yep. Lineweaver Burke plots describe the circle because the x-intercept is -1 over km and the y-intercept is 1 over v max. Any inhibitor that covalently bonds to the active sites. Suicide inhibition is also occurs with enzymes such as enzyme with irreversible complex. DNA is negatively charged. Homotropic factor such as O2 found in allosteric regulator of hemoglobin. Okay, heterotrophic. No example. Substrate is not the effector. Right, that's just the ring structure. I mean, that's just whatever structure. 3 phosphate groups, ribose, and adenine. Adenine. Good. Jesus. Alright, let's go. Let's go. Let's get rid of you. Epigenetics. Such as histone acetylation, DNA methylation. Alright, let's do high yield first, see if this one's faster. Oh, this is the one I added. We have grateful, delta G, delta G is equal to negative R times T, natural log of the equilibrium constant. Oh wait, this was the other one. Thermodynamic. Ah, whoops. This has got to have the stuff. Where's it at? Delta G is equal to delta H minus T times delta S. Northern. Snowdrop. Snow RNA. Rough and reticulum contains. Okay, rough contains ribosomes. DNA molecule with a high concentration of cytosine and guanine, adenine and thymine. Evolving equilibrium constant. Okay, this one is grateful. Delta G is equal to negative R times T times the natural log of equilibrium constant. R is negative. Well, I guess it's always going to be negative 8.314 joules per mole times Kelvin. Temperatures in Kelvin, natural log. Right. Entropy is the measurement of disorder of the universe. When it's increased, it's more disorder, more random. When it's decreased, it's more orderly. Disorder in a system. Chromosome. Yes, I will. I have to practice Punnett squares, but I will. Describes the energy. describes the energy. The energy needed. The energy required for work. I mean, I guess it's the energy required. The energy change. The energy left over. I think it's more like, isn't it the energy change from reactants to products? Let me see if my understanding is correct though. Or da-da-da. Oh, that's the activation engine, never mind. How much usable energy released or needed after the activation barrier? What's the activation energy? Dang, it's so slow. Oh, gotcha. Available to do work. Available to do work. Oh, the amount of usable energy. The amount of usable energy. The amount of usable energy from such things. The leftover energy between reactants and products. The leftover energy. Yeah, gotcha. Okay, so it's more so like leftover energy after the reaction has passed activation energy hurdle. Yeah. After it passes the transition state, then, right? Gotcha. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Available to do work if there's energy if the net energy left over is able to do work, and if delta G is negative. Sure. Got it. Equilibrium constant. Equilibrium constant. T, temperature in Kelvin. Depends on size, structure, charge. Heat, consuming reaction, endothermic. So this will be the energy using this now, then determining the shift, determining the shift of the reaction. Changes at some point of interest. At some point of interest, understanding. What did you call it again? Point of I don't know what was in there. What was the exact word he used? Energy variability. Is the energy, is the reaction, energy variability. Right, the shift, that's what I said, it's the same thing. Side of translation. Size. Size, charge. Size, charge, structure. Oh, wait, what? Denatures a protein. Oh, okay, never mind. Non-spontaneous reaction is endothermic or endergonic. Protein, amount of protein. DNA is transcribed. More disorder. More random, more disorder, more random. Final measure of randomness, disorder in the system, disorder of the universe. Ribosome. Enthalpy. Enthalpy describes the heat in the system. Total heat energy in the system. Heat energy in the system. Total heat energy in the system. Chemical charge. Natural log. Size and or charge. Exothermic. Side of DNA replication, DNA transcription, post-transcriptional modification. Contains the nucleolus, which is where our RNA. Total proteins are synthesized. Typically, protein synthesized by ribosome. In the RER, they go to the Golgi. DNA which is translated, which is what gives you can be considered a side of protein synthesis. Side of DNA replication, DNA nutrition, function, replication. A clear envelope with two phospholipid layers contains the nucleolus with the RNA and therefore ribosome synthesis occurs. DNA transcription. Decrease in order, more order. Orderly. Endergonic. Wait, what? Exergonic, yes. Delta G when K is equal to 0. Negative 8.314 joules per mole times Kelvin. Different from the ideal gas law constant. Type. Go to the Golgi. Heat consuming endothermic. endothermic. Increase in disorder. More disorder. More random. It's nature's proteins are in uniform charge. Particular size. Heat releasing exothermic. More orderly. And exergonic. RNA is typically single-stranded. What the heck? Oh, okay. Okay. Delta G prime remains negative RT, a natural law of the equilibrium constant. Is where DNA is synthesized from RNA. Missense definition. Missense can be caused by insertion or deletion of a single nucleotide, which changes the coding sequence of that strand, of that DNA strand, to go from coding for one protein to coding to another. Oh yeah, amino acid. Delta H stands for the amount of energy. Like, we're determining the amount of energy left over to do work, or the amount of energy needed, or the amount of energy needed for the reaction to occur. For the reaction to occur? Is it for the reaction to occur? Yeah, to drive the reaction towards. We drive the reaction towards a product, that's negative. We drive product towards reactant, and that's positive. Delta H stands for Delta H. Delta H stands for the changing. We have entropy and enthalpy. Stands for enthalpy. T for temperature in kelvins, and delta S stands for entropy. Let's go. Delta G prime remains negative RT times ln of the equilibrium constant. DNA is double-stranded. RNA uses uracil. delta G prime represents a change in free energy, which essentially means that where the net energy left over when the reaction has occurred, energy left over to do work, energy left over to do work. The energy left over to do work, or energy needed to go. Yeah, energy needed. Yeah, available to do work if it's spontaneous, so reactants or products, or energy that must be added, and that's in some point in time, right? Is that in some point in time? Yeah. Yeah, I think this is not at equilibrium, right? Yeah, the favorability of the reaction. Where's the other one? What the heck? Huh? Sure. Keeps free energy. Not transcribed in the nucleus. For the favorability of a reaction. Oh no, spontaneity. No, this one's spontaneity. The other one is favorability. Degenerate. Well, DNA polymerase. Conversely, a negative delta H suggests it suggests that we are not really requiring heat, so we're exothermic because we're releasing the heat, right? Referred to as what? Okay. So just low sub P referred to as exothermic heat releasing. Oh yeah, that's right. What is an easy way to remember how Q compares to equilibrium constant? If equilibrium constant, no, if Q is less than equilibrium constant, we're gonna add more reactants. It's gonna shift towards the right. If it's greater than the equilibrium constant, we're gonna shift towards the left. Yep. The value of delta G prime serves as an indicator for the spontaneity. Yeah, spontaneity. The bonds are formed between the bonds are formed between the bonds are formed between the third carbon. No, what? Third carbon. Maybe third carbon. Yeah, third hydroxyl group. Yeah.
This will give you, take the gases out.
I don't have no gases.
You have some Sprite the other day, so stop.
I don't have no Sprite.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
You had it here.
No, that was like 3 weeks ago. No Sprite. No Sprite. Alright, hold on, guys. Oh. Hey, Vraj. What deck? What deck? Oh, right now we're on high yield. Oh, really? Oh yeah, we're on high yield right now. High yield. Yeah, we're on high yield. High yield donkey. I don't know where you can find it. Honestly, my friend just transferred over, so that's why it's just much easier for me to just start right away, you know. But if you go over through the first week, or first day or whatever, I kind of tell you from the IFD YouTube video guide from John. He's gonna explain to you, how to do the how to set up the Yankee and how to add the decks and the whole thing. All right. Oh man, we got some food. Let's go. Yes, sir. I'm just so happy when you get food. Oh my goodness. Not just the best. I think we'll do left hand. Yeah, actually messed this up. Which one's the spoon? I don't really need the fork. Let's go. Okay. All right. Uh-oh. negative RT, ln KQ. Enthalpy, entropy. Dark carbon hydroxyl. That. Oh, it'll be a new one. I'm not sure, buddy. Oh, we should enter the time. Codons. Post-transcriptional modification. Splicing. Another new one. Determining spontaneity of the reaction, whether the reaction is favorable or not, and if the reaction is endergonic, there's additional energy. Endergonic? Oh, not spontaneous. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, there's some water. Oh wait, why did I do good? No. That's fine, whatever. Do you need free energy? Gives free energy. Keep increasing entropy. Oh, increase entropy over time. Unambiguous. Negative delta H suggests a negative delta H. Oh man, that's all fat. Negative enthalpy. I think that means it's always going to be minus, right? Based on the equation. So if it's minus, we have negative. Non-spontaneous, referred to as exothermic, because we're talking about the thermodynamics of it. Oh, let's go. Well, what kind of heat releasing? Heat releasing. Yeah. I'm not really nailing these, you know? Like, I'm not really saying them out word for word. But I got it. Spontaneity. Systems tend to prefer to increase in entropy over time. Okay. Increase. Transcription and translation. Hydroxyl. Enthalpy. Helicase. Anti-temperature. The monarch used for energy. Okay. repeating pattern of phosphate nucleotide phosphate sugar nucleotide, phosphate sugar nucleotide, phosphate sugar nucleotide. Oh, sugar phosphate, sugar phosphate. Indicates a positive delta G, which is so in this case, we're just talking about the thermodynamics of it. Thermodynamics. Positive enthalpy indicates a positive enthalpy indicates a heat requiring reaction known as endothermic. Yeah. RNA is transcribed in the nucleus. Splicing leaves the nucleus and associated with a small post-description and modification. Oh, initiation. Oh, initiation, yeah. Okay. Unwind it. Second law of thermodynamics. Oh, wait, what? A hydrophobic effect. That's what Megan talked about. Ribosome made of RNA. Unambiguous. Entropy. Friendship mutations are insertions, deletions that cause a change in the reading frame of the DNA, which are very disastrous, cause non-functional, or deletions of a deletion of an entire protein, a deletion of an entire amino acid, addition of an entire amino acid. Yeah, that's fine. Delta G prime. Delta G prime is spontaneity with the hydrophobic effect in protein structures. Hydrophobic protein structure. Packaging of DNA into chromatin. Okay, nice. An enzyme called DNA prime or exonuclease. It's spelled P. Delta H. Okay. Needs additional energy. If delta G is positive, the reaction is endergonic. Needs additional energy, known as, I don't know the middle part, but known as an endergonic reaction. The reaction shifts left. I don't know. But non-spontaneous. Non-spontaneous. We'll go again. Aligns with the hydrophobic effect of proteins. Hydrophobic effect in protein structures. Jesus. Proline for breaking alpha helixes and being in beta turns. Glycine disrupting alpha helixes. Delta G prime is equal to negative RT times the natural log of KEQ. And the bond is formed between the amino group, which acts as a nucleophile. No, wait. It's formed between the carbonyl. No. Oh, it's formed between the nitrogen, which acts as a nucleophile, and the carboxyl carbon of the amino you already had, which acts as the electrophile. That's being added. And the of you one you already had it. Yeah. Okay. If delta G positive, the reaction is not spontaneous. Needs additional energy. In the context of chemistry energy, if delta G prime is positive, the reaction is not spontaneous and needs additional energy known as an endergonic reaction. Let's go. Finally, it's going. Aligns with the hydrophobic effect of protein structures. Systems tend to increase in entropy over time. Covalent bonds known as the phosphodiester bonds. Delta S. UAA, UAG, UGA. WAG, UGA. Okay. The blank, man, it was Mars, already. The large ribosomal subunit? The large ribosomal subunit? Oh, yeah, okay. The T. Frame shift mutations. It can be a nucleotide change in the DNA sequence caused by insertion deletion, indels, I think is what they call them, that will cause a change in the reading frame, which, well, if you add it, it'll cause a change in the reading frame, right, which is just disastrous. You have frame shift, which is that one I just mentioned, and you have in frame, which I think it does it by every 3, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I mean, this is a stop, and now this is keep going. That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. A positive delta S signifies an increase in disorder. An increase in disorder. Delta H in the context represents entropy. The monarch of Gibbs-free equation. No clause found. You're empty, buddy. What the heck? What are you doing here? Get out of here, man. Once the ribosome hits a certain 3 nucleotide sequence, it starts translating. So we get to translating. Would be 0. Okay. The non-coding strand. Has sequence complementary to both the mRNA, and the coding strand. Yes, sir. No clause found. What does that mean? I don't know. I don't know what this means, guys. I don't know. Maybe somebody can help me figure this out. What's wrong with the card? Well, I don't know what's wrong with the card. I don't know. Well, let's get out of here. Get out of here. Positive delta H. Positive enthalpy indicates A. Positive enthalpy indicates a positive delta G, which indicates a non-spontaneous reaction known as, in this case, since thermodynamics, known as endothermic. Oh no, heat consuming. It hasn't mean anything. Heat consuming. Jesus. Heat consuming. The enzyme called the case unless it a little bit to form a section of separated DNA called replication fork. Oh, whoops. To form unwinds a little bit to form a section of separated. Oh, this is a keyword, section, not 2 strands, right? Or 2 single strands. This is signifying its equilibrium, right? Composition and equilibrium. A dynamic halt and that changes. Well, I guess that's the same thing. mRNA transforms the nucleus after splicing and associated with small subunits of ribosome. This is called initiation, right? Okay. Indicates a. So we're talking about heat. Heat indicates a heat requiring, known as endothermic. Heat consuming. Heat consuming. Heat required. Okay. I guess it's the same thing. Well, it is the same thing, but delta G prime. Delta G prime. Delta S measures the entropy. Delta H. Delta G prime is equal to negative RT times the natural log of the equilibrium constant. K eq. Kek. 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 I don't know how you would say that. Kek. Ku. Ki. Ki. Ku. Ki. Q. But it's Q. How do you pronounce K. K. K-E-Q? No, just K-E-Q. I gotta find this. How to pronounce it.
KEQ. KEQ. KEQ.
I know that. K-E-Q. I know that. Like, but how do you pronounce Kek? Kek? Whatever. Delta G prime is equal to negative RT times the natural log of equilibrium constant. Aligns with the hydrophobic effect of the structures in proteins. Delta S, T, temperature. Okay, in the context of Gibbs free energy, delta G prime is the it's the favorability or the amount of energy left over to do work, and in case of a negative, to do work, or in the case of a positive, the amount of energy required, So favorability of the reactions, and also describes spontaneity. Right? Yeah, I think so. And so delta G prime, the reaction is if delta G prime is positive and needs additional energy, that's known as an endergonic reaction. Oh man, no, the other energy needs energy. I'm up. We'll go again. It will be 0 if equilibrium constant is equal to Q, reaction quotient, then the delta G in the equation, delta G is equal to delta G prime plus RT ln natural log of Q will be 0. All our compositions at equilibrium. In context of Gibbs free energy, if delta G is positive, the reaction is non-spontaneous, and needs additional energy known as endergonic reaction. So I'm going to find the compositions at equilibrium. After an enzyme called helicase unwinds the section called transcription level. Positive delta H in a reaction indicates a positive delta H. Positive delta H would indicate a positive delta G, which would indicate that it's a heat requiring reaction, or sorry, heat consuming, known as endothermic. In the context of Gibbs free energy, if delta G prime is positive, the reaction needs addition. The reaction is non-spontaneous, zero energy, known as an endergonic reaction. That's what I said earlier. Wait, what happened to the timer? I never started the timer. Oh my goodness, I never started the timer. Unless it just stopped, it didn't beep. Or did it beep it earlier? Oh, I don't know. Oh, but we did a couple cars today, huh? 240, but it took us a while. But I was also watching those videos. I have 4 more videos to watch now. Whatever. All right, so let's take a 10-minute. Oh, I synced it right. I'm pretty sure I synced it. Hey guys, we're gonna go ahead and do the I mean, I'm way behind, but I feel like I can catch up for the week of material for this week. We're going to do this section tomorrow, and the next tomorrow, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. So we can finish all of this, and this is biology, and then maybe around Wednesday we're going to do this, and then that means that we can hit some of this. There's more biology for the next week, right? I don't know. We'll see, but I think we can catch up. Anyways, let's go ahead and start. I can't show it, so I'm just gonna go ahead and just do it on my own. I think I'm gonna be able to get a scratch pad. I'm not sure. Okay, first one is CP, and then cars, and then BB1. CP, cars, BB1. So let's go ahead and do it. I think I might need to relog. Yeah, I need to relog. Maybe they can see. I think it's okay, right? I don't know if I'm supposed to be showing this or not. I think it's okay as long as you guys can't really see what it is, right? But he'll go over the sections that I'm doing anyways, which I'll review with you guys as well. I think I'm going to do the scored. So we're going to do the scored CP1 first passage. And then I think I already did the tutorial, so we're okay. And then this is CP, Chem and Physics, yeah. Okay. And we're only doing the first passage. So passage 1, let's see the next one. Passage 1. Oh, that's it. Wow, that's super short. What the heck? What the heck? That's seriously it. I was expecting a lot more stuff, to be honest. I don't know why. Yeah, let's start the clock. Why was I expecting so much stuff? Okay. Okay. Oh, geez, there's a lot of information here. Okay. I don't know this stuff yet, to be honest. Oh, I know that, though. Jeez, it's crazy. Okay, a Lineberg plot. So we know that if they generate, oh, I'm not talking. Can I talk during this? I don't think I can. goodness, are you serious? I'm not sure I know this one yet, to be honest. I don't know. I don't think we've learned this yet. I don't think it's that hard. I don't think it's that hard. It's just I think missing some equation. Anna? Well, we can make a guess. Mm. Totally. Okay. I think if we change this tryptophan here, we have a looks like we have a proline here. So we have a proline here. And we have a tryptophan here. try to find here. Oh man. Way over time. Okay.
Jesus. What the heck? So it should be 11 minutes. This will be 118.
What are you talking about? Jesus. Mm. I think that's the theme. This one. I think D makes sense. Oh. Oh, okay. I was 3 minutes over. Woo! 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 Not good. Not good. But it's the first day. Jesus, man. That's crazy. That's wild. Let's see what I got. What's the next one? Oh, man. BB. Oh, Jesus. No, just on the right. Oh. Oh my God. Blah. Oh, this was, I think this was 8 minutes, right? So I should be at 127. I should be at 127. How many questions? Oh, okay. That's not too bad. Maybe this one. Okay. Dang, I didn't make it by 2 minutes. Ooh. Wow. Sure. Mm. Okay, I know. Real bad. Anyways, so what? So, oh, what the heck? Let's go! Oh, see? Yeah, this is all stuff I haven't gone with. This is all stuff I haven't done yet. But let's go. I got that one. Oof. Missed this one. I was thinking, yeah, okay. This one. What's this one? Sugar. And this one? Ooh, what was D? What? All right. The next I didn't do. Can I skip producers? I don't think so. Huh? Did I review for this one? No. Oh, let's go! Woo! Oh, but I spent. I think too long. No. So was what? What was it? News was absolute source control. I was thinking maybe it might have been that one. Ooh. Sheesh. Okay. I guess this one wrong. What? It was A. Yeah, it was A. Okay. Yeah, I guess so. And then what's this one? A B. Sure. I thought it was D. Okay, sure. Ooh, I got B right though. Let's go. Not bad. Not bad. Okay. What about BB? What about BB? Go back. No, go back. Huh? Can you just go back? Go back to the score? Oof. Wait, what? Oh man. Oof. Big yikes. Big yikers. Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot of stuff I haven't gone over yet. Okay. How about this one? Oof. Oh, again. Okay, MRI 30. Oh, dude. Oh, man. No, I really messed it up. Oh, I got this one right, though. Oh, that's of course. Okay. Oh. Sure. He's going to go through them right now. He's going through CP and then cars. That's BB right there. 25 minutes each. All right, that's fine. Okay, guys. Yeah. Okay. I mean that's good. At least I have an idea. But let's go over it. We'll go over the parts tomorrow then. So I just took CP1, passage 1. I just took CP1, cars 1, and BB1.
For the double.
So he'll go over them tomorrow, and I'll compare and contrast what he says to my thoughts and my reasonings for answering, and then just basically follow his logic because he knows what he's talking about. So then that's it, and that'll be the end of week 1. Yeah. So for now, I think I'm gonna call here, and then we'll do the lessons for week 2 tomorrow. All right, thanks for watching, everyone. Bye bye. Thank you so much.